You're live, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I hereby call to order this Kirkland City Council meeting of June 1st, 2021. The mayor is having some technical difficulties, but should be joining us shortly. Clerk, would you please call the roll for tonight's meeting?
Councilmember Nixon?
Here.
Councilmember Black?
Here.
Councilmember Curtis?
Here.
Councilmember Falcone?
Here.
Councilmember Pascal?
Here.
Deputy Mayor Arnold?
Here.
And Mayor Sweet is with us visually, but is having audio difficulties.
Okay. Our study session tonight is on public development authorities and new tools to create workforce housing in Kirkland. We'll also be discussing Park Board and Human Services Commission work plans. We expect to reconvene our regular meeting at approximately 7:30 p.m. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Mayor. So, as you mentioned, we'll have two items tonight, so I'll just do the logistics really quickly before introductions. We're thinking about a 45-minute presentation and Q&A session on the middle-income housing finance model. And then we'll be going to the Park Board and Human Services Commission work plans. But we've told everyone to be flexible, so if the council has lots of questions on the first topic, we can go a little longer and push the other two back if we need to. So the way this is going to work today is Adam Weinstein, our Planning and Building Director, is going to be running the PowerPoint slide, and we have many guests who are going to be chiming in throughout. There's an introductory slide in just a second, and they'll introduce themselves, but we definitely encourage the council to ask questions or make comments throughout the presentation. And the only other thing that I wanted to say before we kick this off is, we've had the pleasure of working with Microsoft for the past almost 2 years now on housing issues as the city of Kirkland. And we've been able to do it through ARCH as our membership on the ARCH board. We've been able to do it through the partnership they've had with the King County Housing Authority, where they've preserved hundreds of units in Kirkland. We've had an opportunity to work with them as we develop legislation for the transit-oriented development project at the the Kingsgate Park and Ride. And tonight, they have a very interesting idea that they've developed in partnership with Community Roots Housing and the Pacifica Law Group and others who've been helping them that could be a really potential game changer for workforce housing on the east side. So we're very excited that they're here to present this to you tonight, and we're very flattered that they've chosen Kirkland as a potential partner to talk about this. Our goal tonight is to just inform the council of the project and then see if you're interested in next steps. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and ask Adam to turn it over to the intro slide and then ask our guests to all introduce themselves and the organizations that they're with. So maybe we'll start with the Microsoft team. I know Jim or Jane, which one of you was going to go first?
Oh, sure. Hi, everybody. This is Jane Broom with Microsoft Philanthropies, and we are delighted to be here today. Just a note to start, I think all of us on our team, on this Affordable Housing Initiative team, have truly enjoyed working with the full team in Kirkland and found the team to be incredibly collaborative, smart, community focused, and really interested in helping solve some really tough problems. So kudos to all of the folks in Kirkland. It's really been a pleasure. My role in Microsoft Philanthropies is managing all of our philanthropic work here in the state of Washington. And of late, a lot of that has been around this affordable housing initiative that we announced. I have two other folks from our team here, Joel Combs, who is the director in our Treasury group, who is the backbone in a lot of ways of this initiative, really working on the investment structure and looking for very creative, interesting ways to use private capital to unlock affordable housing solutions. And Jim Stanton in our real estate and securities group here at Microsoft, long-term Microsoft employee, but also had a very long-term life in the city of Redmond, so knows the issues of cities quite well. I'm going to turn it over to the Heartland team to introduce themselves. and then we'll have Community Roots Housing and Pacifica Law Group introduce themselves.
Thanks, Jane. My name is Deva Hassan, and I am a principal at Heartland, and I'm joined by Evan Schneider, a project manager here, and Chris Fiore, who is part of the group as well, is not able to join tonight. But Heartland has had the pleasure of supporting this team in myriad efforts that Microsoft is targeting for their affordable housing initiative. So we're here in support, and you'll be hearing a little bit more from me on the technical components of this, but we're very pleased to be partnering with Community Roots Housing, Pacifica, Microsoft, and hopefully the city of Kirkland. So thank you very much.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Chris Persons. I'm the CEO of Community Roots Housing. It's a pleasure to be with you tonight, and thank you all for your interest in this topic. And I'll be joined shortly, I hope, by Jeremy Wilkening, our VP of Real Estate Development. And I think I'm on the agenda a little bit later to tell you more about Community Roots Housing.
Evening, everyone. My name is Faith Pettis, and I'm a partner at Pacifica Law Group, who I think is a firm that is familiar to all of you. We've worked with the city of Kirkland for years. In this role here, I'm actually representing Community Roots Housing as they're working together with Microsoft to carry out this innovative idea, which I'm really pleased to be a part of. My specialty is bonds, and I am bond counsel to a number of housing issuers, and in this role have been working with Microsoft for a while on developing this idea.
Great. That's the team. And this group of people has been working together for many months now, and eager to talk with you all about what we're up to. We thought we'd start, and I won't spend a lot of time on this, but just in terms of grounding, a little bit about where, about this initiative, the Microsoft Affordable Housing Initiative. Hopefully you all know about it and you've heard about it. It is something that the company announced, gosh, it's been 2.5 years ago now. It's hard to believe we've been at this for 2.5 years. But we have been, and we launched it simply because we were hearing from so many in the community that the growth on the east side has been so tremendous, and we see our part in that growth. We see that as a great thing. We also see it as something we have to be responsible towards. And one of the things we know is that people just simply were struggling to find housing that was affordable in the places where they were working. And this was teachers and nurses and firefighters and so forth. And hearing about people who were having to commute, an hour and a half, 2 hours, just to get to where they worked was something that just doesn't seem right and sustainable over the long period of time. So we announced this initiative. It's a $750 million commitment, most of which is true investment. Some of it is philanthropic in nature, in the sense that it's grants for homelessness and homelessness prevention and those efforts. Really what the initiative is about, it's about investing in new housing, but it's also investing in preserving existing affordable housing and making sure that that stays available and affordable for the long term. We are looking at affordable housing as we define it, everything up to 120% of AMI. So like I said, that means we're doing some work in homelessness and permanent supportive housing. We're doing a lot of work around low income housing, but we're also really looking at that middle income level and people who are making 60 to 120% of AMI. And that's a lot of what we're going to talk to you about today, because honestly, it's been the toughest nut to crack in this work. A lot of the work that we've been struggling with over these 2.5 years is that there's a lot of housing that we can invest in that would be, near-term wins. It would, we could invest in projects that were already going to happen and just sort of be yet another housing investor. And I think the thing that we've decided and our leadership in the company has supported is that we want to be a little bit more than that and use this unique opportunity of private capital to really unlock new ways of doing things, test and try different things, create new models, really look at different ways that public policy and the housing advocates can work together. And then where can we use that capital to really drive unique and different changes? So that's really what we're focused in on. And this tool that you'll hear about today really falls into that level of work. Here is just a look at where we're at in terms of progress. We have now committed about $470 million. It's actually a little bit more than that, but we haven't announced some of the things yet. So we'll just keep it as to what is publicly available on our website. And those investments, we believe, will impact the development of just over 7,000 units, either creating new or preserving. And in Kirkland, and you can see this up on our website today, is just, you can sort of look at maps, look at where these investments fall. And I just looked at our website today and was excited that about 580 of the units are in the Kirkland area. So very excited about that. And I think with that, we're going to go ahead and start to get into it, if you don't mind. And we're going to start off with Community Roots Housing.
Well, good evening again, everyone. Again, my name is Chris Persons. I've been with Community Roots Housing for 13 and a half years as the CEO. Community Roots Housing began in 1976, and actually a very small grassroots organization, I think as you read in the materials, really focused on providing homeowners financing to improve their houses, and we had some other programs to support homeowners in an area of Capitol Hill that was facing redlining. But in the 1980s, as more people moved back into the Seattle area, we switched our focus to be on preserving and developing affordable housing for folks. And today we have, I think we're at 48 properties, which is approaching 1,600 units, mostly in Seattle, one in White Center. We have a very active real estate pipeline, moving a lot of projects forward in the Seattle area. Our focus historically has been on tax credit financed projects with affordability below 60% of the area median income. But more recently, we've been researching how we can, as an organization, build or develop or create housing that's affordable in that missing middle sort of section. This won't be our first time doing that. We have a number of units in our portfolio that are unregulated by any public regulations, that we just regulate ourselves to be affordable at different levels of affordability. And about 5 or 6 years ago, we purchased our first sort of non-subsidized project with Jonathan Rowe's company out of New York, where the focus has been on sort of a mix of affordability. So this is an area that's been of interest to our organization for some time, and really meets a great need in the community that's just not being addressed either by the tax credit finance housing or, market developed housing. Beyond being a developer of affordable housing, Community Roots is very, we changed our name last year to Community Roots from Capitol Hill Housing because we're really a community-rooted organization, and we really focus on not just maximizing units, but how to build vibrant and engaged communities. And we do that in a lot of different ways, but I think most telling is the project that you see on the screen right now, Liberty Bank Building, where we partnered with the community very deeply to prioritize what they wanted to see, which was a project that not only memorialized the history of the African-American presence in the Central District of Seattle, but provided opportunity for the community to rebuild there. And this building is now proudly houses one of the 12 best restaurants in the world, not in Seattle, not in the Pacific Northwest, not even in the United States, but one of the 12 best restaurants in the World Communion, and has already just become a new hub for the community. We couldn't be any prouder about this development. So, beyond just being an affordable housing developer, we're actually really focused on how to build communities, and we would be very excited and honored to be able to work in Kirkland.
Thank you, Chris.
Thanks, Chris. So now it's sort of transitioning to a little bit of the more of the nuts and bolts of what we've been working on together as partners around the tax exempt for middle income housing structure. To start with, though, wanted to just ground us in a few terms, and I think, Chris, you might have won the bingo card here with blackout and hit on all of these terms in your intro remarks there. So well done. But these are terms you're gonna hear throughout, which I'm sure you guys are actually very familiar with all the work that you guys have been doing within the affordable housing and middle income space. But when we're talking about affordable, you're hearing lots of different definitions of it. At its base, it's homes that people don't have to pay more than 30% of their income towards housing costs. And all of the programs and the definition around where income levels are really set by the area median income. And that's establishing a lot of the criteria for housing programs. So when Jane referenced the 60 to 120% AMI, that is the category of sort of the workforce housing. That's what we're referring to is that area median income, which is established every year looking at the actual areas income levels. And so those change over time, and therefore the rent structures associated with those. Hit just quickly on cost burden households. Again, how much you're spending towards housing is where that term comes into play. Chris has talked about and Jane has talked about affordable housing, workforce housing, and there's obviously market rate rental housing, which everybody is familiar with, that does not have any subsidies attached to it, no income restrictions. Its rents are established based on what the market will, what tenants will pay in the market. Subsidized housing, we'll go into a little bit more detail on this later, but there are a range of local, state, and federal programs that actually are providing additional funding or funding structures, and in return requiring very restrictive rent levels associated with those, again, based on area median income. Chris mentioned the tax credit program, which to date has been one of the largest sources of funding for affordable housing, namely in the 60% AMI and below, some creeping into the 80% AMI, depending on whether you're at a 4% or 9% tax credit level. But essentially, it's a federally allocated to the states to then competitively allocate to developers or acquisition rehab owner operators and it's exchanging tax credits. The developer or the owner operator is able to sell their federal tax credits in exchange for equity for a project. That's a major source of funding for affordable housing. Multifamily property tax exemption. I'm sure you're familiar with it, as Kirkland has done work in making sure that this is available in Kirkland. So I won't go into detail there. And then the key that we're talking about tonight is tax exempt debt, tax exempt financing. And that as a concept is not new. It's how we're using it in this context, which we'll go into more detail. But the idea is that this is a financing tool that certain kinds of entities, government entities, PDAs, which we're talking about today, 501c3 nonprofits, and then also a private activity bond eligible projects. Those kinds of projects have the ability to, those kinds of sponsors have the ability to issue tax exempt debt. And that tends to be more favorable on its interest rates, because the interest earnings of that is exempt from federal and then in some cases state and local taxes. We'll go more into detail later on that. Just to ground us in sort of area median income, this is King County, and it's the 2021 income limits that were just issued. So it's important to look at household size. What you're seeing on the left-hand side is the levels of area median income and different household size. So you see the people for a single person household, 100% AMI is 81,000 versus a 4-person household is 115,000. And on the right-hand side, it's translating what those AMI levels for those households result in what would be considered an affordable rent if you are assuming people only spend 30% of their income on rent. So again, for a household at 100% AMI, for one person, you're looking at a max rent of about $2,000 versus a family of or household of 4, closer to $2,900, again at the 100% AMI level. Next slide. And then again, to further translate all of this AMI and numbers into who does this serve, and what are some of the workforce that we're talking about, the occupations associated with that. On the left-hand side, you see the AMI percentages, the 60% and below at the top going to 120% and above. And then the column next is the level of the actual income in gross dollars. And some examples of types of occupations that tend in this area to fit in those ranges. So focusing on this 60 to 120% AMI, that's everything from healthcare support workers to firefighters and teachers, which you hear about a lot in the context of missing middle and workforce housing. But that's also your architects and some service contractors, legal assistants, postal service. So really wide range of folks that constitutes what we're calling the missing middle or the workforce housing, middle income housing. Chris drew a line in his opening remarks between sort of the affordable rental housing, which we think about, that is the subsidized, that's 60% AMI and below, and the 60 to 120% AMI, the middle income workforce rental housing. And that line, you can switch to the next slide, Adam. That line is made more, you want to switch to the next slide, Adam, do you mind? A finer, whoops. There we go, thank you. Kind of putting a finer point on it is you see the 60% AMI and below. While we have a huge shortage of that housing, I think all of us would agree that that is still an area of absolute focus. There is a range of existing local, state, and federal programs that have been targeted at that segment of the housing spectrum. So some of them I touched on before. You can just see the density of those programs. Again, not enough to serve the full need of all of our communities in this, but there's resources there. There's fewer between the 60% and above. So that's what we're talking about today, is helping solve for some of those more limited resources. Go ahead, Adam. Thank you. So where we're solving, this looks like a busy slide, so I'll break it down for you. What we're showing is both a gap in housing that exists, like we've been talking about for middle income, and a gap in resources that is targeting that. And therefore, those are very interlinked as to why you have fewer units in that income category and therefore fewer resources, or reverse, sorry. On the left-hand side, we're showing a typical, what we'll call a capital stack, how you might go about funding an affordable housing development that's in that 0 to 60% AMI range. And I think what's of note, without having to look at every single line item, is the number of sources that you need to comprise the capital stack for an affordable housing development that's at those levels of affordability. And that ranges from, the local funds all the way to the low-income housing tax credit program and tax-exempt bonds if this is a 4% project. On the far right side, we're looking at a kind of a traditional market rate housing capital stack. If you were to be a developer who's going and building, the normal market rate apartment, you're likely going to put some of your own equity in, and then you're going to go secure, private equity or institutional equity, and then go get traditional debt associated with that. And you'd be looking at returns, in the 12 to 18% pre-tax return level. So where Microsoft and the group has been working hard at is how do we serve the part in the middle given these two ends of the spectrum. And so that capital stack, which we're going to talk about more in depth, is taking the tax-exempt, senior tax-exempt debt, again, only can be issued by certain types of entities, and adding this mezzanine tax-exempt debt, which is the piece that is Microsoft's brainchild about how to create a new capital source using existing tools. And how do you channel existing tax-exempt kind of investors and also capturing some impact debt type of investors into serving and building or acquiring and preserving units at this level. And you're doing that, still providing appropriate risk-adjusted returns for those investors / bondholders. And you are able to get relatively close to what the kinds of returns that would be sought after on the right-hand side of the spectrum because of the tax-exempt nature of the financing. And so you've replaced all of your equity needs with a mezzanine debt component. Go ahead, sorry, Adam. And in true fashion, Microsoft and team have been looking at this very closely to make sure that the goal is to change the nature of the industry, of the landscape, and to actually expand the pie rather than to try to take a slice out of already existing small portion of resources. And so what's exciting, one of the many things that's exciting about this is that, like I mentioned, it's on the Jane spectrum of transformational kinds of activities. Is how do you route capital to a segment of the market that hasn't really been targeted on a regular basis with existing tax-exempt bond investors and the impact kind of investors that I mentioned, and make sure that you are not taking other local, state, and federal funding resources. You're not having to go through a competitive allocation process at the state for resources, and you're not advantaging or disadvantaging nonprofits or for-profits, right? The goal is let's expand the resources that are available across the affordable and workforce housing landscape. And go ahead, Adam. So we've attempted, as you probably see through this slide deck, to try to explain this in a couple of different ways. So for those of you that prefer more pictorial versions of this, this is essentially the process that we're talking about with this tax-exempt mezzanine financing model. So on the left, starting on the left-hand side, there, in this case, we're assuming application of an existing building that is being acquired, and then rents are restricted to the middle income housing segment. So there's a market rate apartment building, and in this case, Community Roots Housing as the sponsor and owner would be outsourcing what those target investment opportunities might be. And then once one is found that it is feasible, underwrites, and meets the other physical characteristics, unit count, et cetera, then the sponsor owner can issue the tax exempt debt, the 2 tranches. So in this case, this is a PDA as Community Roots Housing, issuing a senior tax exempt loan, and then a mezzanine subordinate tax exempt loan. And that gets you to 100% of the required capital to purchase that building, potentially make some additional improvements depending on what it is. And the lower cost of that capital, because it's tax exempt, enables the owner sponsor to be able to hold those units at a workforce middle income rent level over time. And again, depending on the project, depending on exactly the submarket it's in, that range of where it falls in the 60 to 120% AMI band will depend. But generally that's what it's in. And then the owner sponsor, Community Roots Housing in this case, would continue to own and operate that building over the long term and steward the asset and create community of middle income workforce housing over time, utilizing the lower cost of capital here. And to summarize several of these components, looking at the lens of through many lenses, given the many stakeholders involved in this, the great news is there are many different levels of benefits that accrue to all the different stakeholders. And starting at the top, I know as council members and leaders in the community, you all care about who the kind of community you're creating. And this is helping you on your goals of creating quality, affordable homes in a diverse, vibrant, sustainable community. And from the city perspective, in addition to having that diverse community that residents can live in, you're increasing your supply of affordable units. You're attracting great players like Community Roots Housing to your communities to do their craft and to own and steward these kinds of assets. And in return, you're not having to actually provide additional support from the city in order to achieve this kind of housing over the long term. And the cities, and again, we'll talk more about this in detail, but the city's role in enabling this benefit to accrue to it really is providing the invitation to a group like Community Roots Housing to do and operate, to invest and operate in your community. From the owner sponsor perspective, why Community Roots Housing or a housing authority might be interested in doing this is there, as Chris mentioned, he's able to continue to do more of what their mission and mandate is. And they also have the ability to share in a portion of the excess cash flows and asset appreciation over time. And if you recall in that capital stack picture, there isn't actually any equity coming in from that owner sponsor, but they're responsible for issuing that tax exempt senior and mezz debt and stewarding, operating that asset over time. and then they have an option to purchase that asset at the end of the term or slash refinance it under a new debt structure. The senior tax exempt lender sort of is agnostic in many ways to this capital stack, in that they're lending what they would at up to a maximum loan to value, the 65 to 75%, have a security in the property. They're getting their principal and interest payments like any lender would. And they basically just have to agree to a subordinated piece, which is this MES tax exempt note. And as we talked about before, the benefits of investor investing or a bondholder investing in this MES piece is you're getting reasonable risk-adjusted returns. Some of that is coming in the form of modest annual interest payment, as well as a share of the asset appreciation. And we really think there's a segment of the market that appreciates the additional benefit of the positive community impact associated with that. And finally, to put another picture another visual of what all this means, in conjunction with Community Roots Housing, we pulled just some recent sales just to kind of get in your minds of what kind of project we're talking about. Again, these were recent sales. We're not saying we're targeting these specific assets. In fact, one of these is one that Microsoft has invested as part of its overall affordable housing initiative through another strategy. But there are projects, again, that are currently market rate and are ideally in the 100 or more unit range for appropriate level of scale, ideally in the no more than 10 to 15 year age, so that there's fewer physical improvements that might need to be done, and within transit rich, amenity rich areas, and beyond that, then they'll obviously need to pencil with all of the underwriting and feasibility, but just to kind of start to get in your mind what we're talking about when we say the kinds of buildings, the kind of communities that would be applicable for this tool, and to start percolating ideas in your mind if there's those that you would recommend to the group to target eventually. But I open it up to questions, and then also there's definitely a team here. I just happen to be the spokesperson tonight for it. So for any of the team members to enunciate or correct or edit what I just presented, please, I open the floor.
Okay. Thank you, Deva. Let the record show that Nurse Sweet has joined us, and I'm going to turn over the meeting to her for council questions.
Okay, and I will take those questions if you can hear me.
Yes.
Yay. Thank you. And thank you, you guys. What a fabulous presentation. This is incredibly exciting, and let's talk some more about it. So council, questions?
So Adam, do you want to take the slideshow down just so they can?
Councilmember Nixon.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree. This is very interesting. And of course, anybody who can argue in favor of something ought to also know all the arguments against it. So why would the city possibly not do this when it sounds so good? Are there any risks involved? Where could it go south?
Well, if I could jump in before the professionals do. So that is exactly what staff spent a lot of time also poking at. So those are the questions that I asked, that Adam asked, that our city attorney's office asked. Honestly, we feel like they've done a phenomenal job. We couldn't find anything. I think that was the whole goal of what they were trying to achieve, is that there's no liability or risk for the city. I think the two potential issues is that the city does need to find that workforce housing is a public benefit, so the council would have to go on record to do that. And then, there could be someone who argues that we shouldn't be focused on this when there's still the other challenges of homelessness and affordable housing. But again, I think the innovation here is that this does not compete with any of those other initiatives that also are necessary. So we absolutely asked that question and worked really hard to try to find it, and we didn't find anything as the staff.
I can try to add an answer to that as well, if that's okay. Councilmember Nixon, there's significant risk on every project that Community Roots Housing undertakes. The financial risk is large. We're talking about most of our projects have a total development, cost between $30 and $80 million. So it's a significant amount of risk. But that risk is 100% borne by Community Roots Housing through our property. So even as a Seattle PDA working in Seattle, none of the risks that we take on for our developments go to the city of Seattle. So none of the risk on any project that we would do in the city of Kirkland would go to the city of Kirkland. We are taking it on ourselves.
Thank you.
Other questions? I have a question. What is the general term of, how long does this last if we were to buy one of these facilities and go through this whole process? Would it be 20? I mean, can we establish how long it would be, or is it term limited?
So the way we're thinking about the debt, the two pieces of debt, is that the senior note probably is going to be 15 years and the mezz note maybe a 10-year term. Again, those are to be determined in actual underwriting and feasibility analysis on the exact building. And as I mentioned, the idea is that at the end of the term of that first set of debt structures, that then Community Roots Housing would refinance. And then, they're in the business of continuing to own and operate affordable and workforce housing over the long term. So the intention would be to continue to own and operate as such. The workforce affordable housing income restrictions will be associated with those periods of debt.
Thanks. Thank you. That's fabulous. Other questions? Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you everyone for this really great presentation. I'm also really intrigued by this. As you know, this is a huge need in our community, so I really appreciate your creative problem solving and the partnership potential here. I had a couple of questions. Well, one of them, Councilmember Nixon already asked, so thanks for asking that. Related to, I guess, some of the logistics that Mayor Sweet just asked about, can you speak to kind of what I think it may have been you, Jane, that mentioned that the city's role is really to extend an invitation for a project like this to happen within the city of Kirkland. Is that invitation for a single project, or is it citywide? And then my other question is, it feels like a pretty big range, the 60 to 120% AMI for this project, and especially on the higher end towards the 120%. You had listed on there, software developers, which are typically perceived as like a higher income earning in our area. So do you have any guarantees in place that we would have kind of a mix of occupations? I'm just concerned that we may end up with, all software engineers, for example, that are in this housing, which would not be really great from a public perception perspective, or really that the implementation would really be what the intent is, really to get at those, some of the other occupations on your list, like you mentioned, like school teachers and firefighters and baristas and others in our community who might not have housing opportunities elsewhere that's close by.
Sure, Faith, maybe do you want to take the first part of the Councilwoman's question, and then Chris, do you maybe want to take the second part?
Sure.
Great. And I was also going to defer to Chris if he wanted to take the first part as well, because Chris has actually gone through this before. So the city of Seattle is the entity that chartered Community Roots Housing originally, and Community Roots Housing then had the mandate to work within the city of Seattle. Community Roots and Chris, though, went back to the city not too long ago and asked for permission to work outside of the city boundaries, and Seattle granted that. under a master ordinance that named the cities in which Community Roots was authorized to go out and work within, provided that it received an invitation from those cities in the form of an ordinance approving and inviting them in, as well as an interlocal agreement in a form specified by the City of Seattle. So it is a little bit up to the inviting cities as to whether or not they're inviting Community Roots in for one project or multiple projects for a limited period of time or in perpetuity. We can craft it any way that you feel comfortable doing. But the beauty of this is that you don't actually have to charter and form your own PDA. Community Roots is already established and has a track record.
Yeah, and I would add to that, you know, any for-profit or nonprofit organization can work within the Kirkland city limits, and we can't, because we're a PDA, without your approval. The advantage we have over the for-profits and nonprofits is that because we're a public entity, we can actually issue governmental tax-exempt bonds, and that's the trick that we want to employ in a deal to hit the levels of affordability. We'd prefer, you know, broader acceptance to work in Kirkland, in the same way that we received from King County to work in unincorporated areas of King County. That just gives us more latitude to, you know, build affordable housing in the ways that we do within the city. And obviously that's something that's up to City Council, but that would be our preference. Well, the second part of the question was about the longevity. Now I've kind of forgotten. What was it, Councilmember
It was
Falcon?
about the range of AMI being from 60 to 100%.
Right.
I'm wanting to assure that we really implement this the way that it's intended.
I don't, yeah, I mean, you know, our goal would certainly be to provide as much affordability as possible. And the project that I mentioned that we own in Seattle, we have units that are affordable at 50% of the area median income, 80% of the area median income, and some market rate units. And that's how we hit that balance of affordability. You know, in this project, we would identify an affordability range and just make sure that the apartments were around that range, and we would self-regulate that. Our interest as an organization is to create affordable housing and to have it be as affordable as possible. I don't think we can select people based on their occupation, though. That would be, I would talk to my fair housing lawyer about that, but I don't think we can discriminate based on that. But I would assume that our marketing would attract a variety of people, not just software developers.
Thank you, Chris. Now I've got a question from Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you everyone for being here tonight and presenting this terrific strategy. And thanks to some of my fellow council members for asking some of my questions, particularly around risk and particularly around how we're going to guarantee that we're attracting the workforce housing, that the workforce that makes Kirkland great and allows people to work where they live. Couple logistical questions, maybe for the presentation panel, but also maybe for staff. The first one has to do with the term of the interlocal agreement. I just want to make sure I understand since the PDA will be owning the assuming permission, and then assuming an ILA, and then assuming a project, the PDA will be owning that project in perpetuity, or at least there won't be any fixed sunset date. So is it enough that there's an ILA with a term that's at least coterminous with the financing on the first project, or does the ILA need to be coterminous with the perpetual nature of any given project? Does it need to be a perpetual ILA?
Should I answer that one? I think that the best way to structure it would be to have an ILA that has a term that governs how long you allow the PDA to operate and buy new projects within your jurisdiction. But once they have purchased a project, there's really no way to boot them out after they own it. It would be like booting out any developer who's operating within Kirkland. Because the city isn't providing any support to the project, it really is the PDA that is responsible for the project, and you can't turn off the switch at that point. But you could limit how long the PDA has to come in and operate and look for new projects within the city.
Okay, that makes sense. And then just staying on the subject of timing, once permission were granted and an ILA were signed, how quickly can the PDA act in, let's assume there's at least 2 or 3 potentially viable projects in Kirkland. How quickly does a new project get completed and rent to those in the middle income range start happening? Are we talking a year? Or are we talking 3 years?
So we're looking at an existing property that presumably would be largely leased up, and part of the reason we're looking at an existing property is just to kind of keep this initial deal relatively simple, because this is the first time that Microsoft and Community Roots Housing will have done this. So keeping as many variables off the table makes it a lower risk for us. So and then I have a board that the acquisition would need to run through that board. My board has already adopted one resolution empowering us to do this, and we're going to make some modest modifications to our charter at our June meeting. But then after that, we would go through sort of a typical process where we would identify a project. It would go through our staff pipeline committee. We go to our board committee, the property development committee, and then up to the full board. That process in and of itself is 2 to 3 months. So once we've actually identified a process, and since we have sort of the quote unquote equity investor lined up, it could happen pretty quickly. Now, we couldn't just boot out the existing residents and decrease their rent. So that would be any rent decreases would happen over time as units became vacated, and then we released them, and that could take a year or a year and a half before you had the turnover to get to the affordability level that you're looking at.
Okay, it's helpful to have an idea, because I really see this as a potential. This has been a tough nut for Kirkland to crack, just like it's been a tough nut for the entire finance and development industry and the philanthropic industry to crack. And so it'd be great to have a proof of concept, because there is some future plans for development in Kirkland, and one of the things we really would like, well, many of us would really like to see, is this kind of work where you live where you work type of housing. So it'd be terrific to have a proof of concept earlier rather than later. One more question. I was thinking about, so I know we're talking about workforce housing. I wanted to poke around a little bit at fixed income, at housing for those on fixed incomes, and just how that works with respect to qualifying for housing. So, for example, you could imagine someone on a fixed income with some assets, and maybe those assets are really being set aside for long-term disability care at the very end of retirement. Is this a solution at all for those on fixed incomes? Or is it really for those who are relying on workforce level income?
Chris, do you want to take that just as it applies to how you think about income qualifying?
I'll give it a shot. Normally when we think about fixed income, we're thinking about somebody that's maybe has a voucher and the voucher would support the housing, or some source of, I mean, if they have a source of payment, we're not going to discriminate on the source of payment. But, I think the thought of this housing is it's for, middle income workers, but we certainly wouldn't discriminate against somebody that was on a fixed income and had a source for the apartment. But I haven't fully interrogated what that would look like with somebody that was, had sort of their own means that they could pay for housing. I don't know, Jeremy, do you have any thoughts on that? Are you on?
Yes, I'm on. Sorry.
Do you want to introduce yourself real fast?
Maybe I can clarify my question a little bit. So it's not just an income test for qualification. It's actually an income and assets test, I presume. Is that true? Sorry.
Was that the answer?
I guess I saw Jane nod her head, so I assume that's true then.
I was confirming that was what I thought the question was, is that, so maybe a senior person, is living on fixed income, but has assets. And is the question, from a rent up perspective, Chris,
I see
how do you consider assets in that equation?
Yeah, no, I'm following now. So somebody who was very wealthy but didn't necessarily have an income stream could rely on their savings to pay rent. And I don't, without one of my lease up experts here, I can't explain exactly how we do that. But yes, we definitely looking at people's, there would be caps based on their total wealth and on their income. So we would be targeting the income area. But, for this level of housing, I'm not sure how often we would run across that.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, everyone. First, Jane, thank you for recognizing that our staff is smart. We think so, too. And thank you for coming to Kirkland, because we do pride ourselves on being forward thinking. So most of my questions have been asked. One of them, I think of this in relation, or similar to our relationship with Arch, in that we get an annual report on this many units and this is the AMI and so forth. Do you provide that sort of information to your host cities?
We don't. We provide that kind of information to Seattle when they have money invested in the projects. Most of our tax credit deals, the city of Seattle funds the gap with housing levy dollars, and some of our older deals, the city provided low interest, non-amortizing loans. So those are the projects that the city requires us to provide regular information to. We would be happy to provide information to the city of Kirkland about our project on an annual basis, if that's what you were interested in.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. And when the agreement sunsets the 15 years, you said that it would continue missing middle housing. That's another thing. So in that report, we could guarantee that was continuing to happen, correct?
Sure.
Okay. And then my last question is more about your organization. You said that you have 40 plus properties in Seattle. What is your threshold for new properties? I mean, are you thinking 1 or 2 projects in Kirkland or more? Sort of where you're going? And along with that, are you looking at just purchasing properties, or are you looking down the road, you may be building your own properties?
Right now we have a goal of achieving 3,000 units in our portfolio, and that has to do with reaching a certain economies of scale within our industry. And it's been our goal to expand outside the city limits of Seattle for a while. So this is definitely aligned with our strategic plan as an organization. It's also really valuable to have sort of a critical mass of properties in an area. So it wouldn't be very efficient for us to only own one, even if it was a large property in Kirkland. We would want to own multiple properties in Kirkland. So I would hope that this would be the first of several more to come, many more to come. We do acquisition rehab, and we do new construction. Obviously, Liberty Bank building is a brand new property that we opened. Station House we just opened last year. We just broke ground on a 158 unit building that we're doing in partnership with Seattle Chinatown International District PDA last week. And so using this tool to do more of an acquisition rehab or even new construction is something that we're very interested in. And I think Microsoft is very interested in doing that as well. If I could get Microsoft interested in doing some of that in Seattle as well as the east side, we would be, I'll just do all of my projects with Microsoft. So that's kind of our goal as an organization.
Great, that's helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, and just to add to that, the tool can work, as we've talked about, in both the acquisition and the new construction. To Chris's point, it'd be nice to get the proof of concept of this first one through the existing building acquisition. But there's scenarios where we kind of do a hybrid for new construction, where it's working with a market rate developer and essentially kind of doing like a build to suit kind of concept where they're developing it, and then it's turnkey to Community Roots Housing to then go and do the longer term workforce housing. So there's iterations thereon, but it has flexibility across different implementation opportunities.
Okay, that is all the questions that I see that are out there right now. What an exciting, incredible process that you guys have figured out. And for us to just sort of look at this as an opportunity it's an amazing feeling. I have a sense there's an invitation in the mail, but I'm not 100% sure. Do we need any further discussion of this right now, Kurt?
I think that's it for today. Just I get the sense from the questions that you're fine with the staff continuing to work on the next steps and maybe bring some draft documents for discussion and further review by the council.
Absolutely. And thank you guys so much for coming and doing this presentation and making it all seem logical, because it hasn't seemed logical up until now. So Jim, good to see you. Hope you're still living in Kirkland.
I am. Yep.
Good to hear. Good to hear. So thanks to all of you. And I think we've got just about enough time to do our next presentation.
Okay.
Kurt, you want to
Thank
introduce?
you all again very much. It's been just a delightful collaboration. So thank you.
Thank you to all our
Thanks,
guests.
everybody.
Take care.
Bye.
You're all welcome to stay, but you're also welcome to. So our next topic is an overview of the work programs in Parks and Community Services. So this is the Park Board Work Program and the Human Services Commission Work Program. And we have about a half an hour worth of presentation, so it might go just a teeny bit over. But to kick us off, the MC of the event is our Parks Deputy Director, John Lloyd.
Welcome, Joanne.
Thank you very much, Mayor Sweet. Good evening, Council. Leslie and I tonight will be presenting on the development of both the Park Board and Human Services Commission work plans for the next couple of years. We've got a pretty short presentation to get through. We've got 9 slides, really highlight kind of how we develop our work plans, and then discuss the actual work plans themselves. So let me get that started. It's always the joy of starting a presentation and then sharing your screen and making sure you share the right thing. So just 1 second. Now you all hid. Okay, sorry. Okay. So, like I said, we've got about 9 slides to get through. We'll leave some time at the end for any questions that you may have about our various work plans. So to start with a little bit of background about how we develop our work plans for boards and commissions. They're really based on the department work plan, which kind of trickles downward. Sorry, my dog is trying to jump on my lap right now. So we kind of view this as not quite a circle or a loop, but it does show the process to which information is rolled down to the boards and commissions, and then how they are able to communicate back to city council and potentially influence our priorities. So everything starts with the city council. You all set the priorities and values for the city as that trickles down to the city manager. Specific projects are assigned to departments based on the identified work and values within the city. We provide feedback to the city manager and city council on our high priorities and needs, which help influence kind of how those things then come back around and become actual projects. When it gets down to the boards and commissions, we really try to focus on those high priority needs of the departments and the projects, and really don't have the boards and commissions create work for the department. Rather, they're helping fill the gap and fill a need for those high priority projects and initiatives. To give a good example of this, in this process specifically, we didn't have on the park board work plan originally the active amenities replacement plans as a work plan item, but they've asked for that to be included in that process and be informed of that, so they can keep the community up to speed on any plans or upcoming projects that they may see. That's work that we're already doing, and so it's not a big deal. It's not generating new work, so that was an easy add to the work plan. However, in the past, Park Board has requested things like developing a new work plan or a new master plan for McAuliffe Park. Since that park is not on our short-term CIP list for development or for any projects, it doesn't kind of do any favors to the community or to us to create a work plan item to update that master plan if there's no plans to develop that park. There'd be a lot of additional work for the department that doesn't really have an immediate need, or it's not a high priority issue. So that kind of frames a little bit of how we think about where they can do that. We do encourage Park Board and Human Services Commission members to bring feedback and concerns from the community about those high priority items that we may not be aware of, those emerging trends. We then use those chains of influence that we talked about a little earlier to inform you all, inform the city manager's office, so we can work those into future work plans, whether they be through the CIP process or through other initiatives that they are. Additionally, we generally have one joint meeting with the city council, with both Park Board and Human Services Commission throughout the year, where they're able to provide direct feedback to you all about things that they feel are important that the city should be focusing on. And then additionally, I know the Human Services Commission has done this a few times recently, but they can write a formal letter to the city council expressing their opinion or their concerns to provide that feedback to you all. So that's a little bit of how we get to where we get with our work plans. I want to just jump in real briefly on the kind of the highlights of our park board work plan. It's broken up over two pages, just so it's easier to view on the screen, but it is in one full sheet on the staff report. Our major focus for our department this year in general is associated around item number 3, or task number 3, the pros plan. This is kind of you'll hear about it several times throughout the year, but this is a major undertaking of updating our entire Parks, Recreation, and open space plan, which will require extensive community outreach and engagement. Park Board is a key stakeholder in this process and will will be involved throughout the process. The next 4 items on the list, the community needs assessment, ADA self-evaluation and transition plan, synthetic turf strategic plan, and the off-leash dog area outreach efforts are all being included in that PROS plan outreach efforts. Some of the other items that you might notice on the board are focused around the Park Board's work plan, focus around the ribbon cuttings, the groundbreakings for some of our major park development projects. With such one of the other major items, the first one on the list actually, is with so many new board members this year. We had 2 new board members appointed last year, and we just recently had another slew of board members come on board. We're really focusing on training and getting those board members up to speed. So the board is a functional board right out of the gate, and so there's not this slow learning curve where they ramp up, with over half the board basically being replaced in the last year and a half, or being new within the last year and a half. It's going to be crucial that we get them up to speed on what it means to be a park board member. So that's what that park board retreat orientation one is referring to. And then there's some other project updates that we'll provide them throughout the year, where they may have some ability to provide some feedback, specifically our park volunteer project. We're hoping to be able to provide them an update on KTUB when that comes up later this fall. And then some of our major other initiatives that will come up next year, including updating some of our city codes, as well as our working with, as the city works through their equity and inclusion processes, making sure that we are aligned with all those efforts as well. Will come up in the next year. So a little background about how we got where we got, or how we got where we are. We first presented a draft work plan to Park Board on April 14th. They provided some feedback, asked some questions about the process. We did add the one item that I mentioned on the active amenities replacement plans, which we brought back to Park Board for final approval at their May 12th meeting. Unfortunately, we didn't have quorum at that meeting, so they didn't make a formal approval, but there were no objections. There were a few other projects that they were interested in that we will definitely try to work in the future. And we are here today. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Leslie to highlight some of the Human Services Commission work plan steps, and then we'll ask if you have any questions.
Great. Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and council members. So the focus of the Human Services Commission on the off years for budget is really education. So it's learning about community needs, the services that are provided, where the gaps are, and then also continually strengthening our equity lens. So when it comes time to be evaluating applications on the even years, that we're sure to be able to make sure that we understand where the most need is in our community. And then part of that education, of course, is a monitoring on a regular basis how the agencies are doing that we fund currently. Outreach is another focus point. So really interested in getting as we open back up, looking forward to getting our commission to be with consumers of human services services, so we can really understand their perspective of what services are most important to them, what services are working the best, where do they see the gaps. And so I think that's a really important focus point for this coming year. And then third kind of category is feedback. So getting feedback from them as we're making proposals related to youth services, and then also the larger departmental projects that John mentioned a little while ago, in particular the community needs assessment and the ADA self-evaluation and transition plan will be important places where they're really interested in being able to have a say. So there's a brief summary of what's on the Human Services Commission work plan. Questions? Oh, thank you, John. So they did review this over the last couple of months. And we were able to respond to some of their feedback with the updates, and the updated work plan is the one that you have before you tonight.
Mary, you are muted.
Okay, can you hear me now? Okay, thank you, John, and thank you, Leslie. Great presentations, great information, and great work plans. So let's start with a question from Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I agree, John and Leslie. Thank you so much. I know it's a lot of work just to put together the work plan. So thanks so much for doing that. And thanks to the Park Board and Human Services Commission for their input on these that I'm sure they gave as well. Really excited to see a lot of the stuff on here. I was particularly excited to see the KTUB input from both the Park Board and Human Services Commission. I think that'll be really important to get both of those different perspectives as we roll out and to help us inform decisions that council will be making later this year. So thank you so much for including that. I thank you also, John, for talking about kind of the one of the questions I had was really, I think, having a discussion as a council around the purpose of boards and commissions and when, what kind of guidance we give to boards and commissions about when we want to hear from them, right? Is it only when we ask them a question? Is it if there are issues that they think are really important in the community that we're not considering, or a perspective on an issue that we're considering that we haven't heard yet? So as a council member, I think that feedback, even unsolicited, is extremely important, and to make sure that our boards and commissions know, not only as individuals, but as boards and commissions, that we really value that input. Again, not to create lots of staff work and not to be something that's, every little thought they have. But if there's something that's particularly important that they feel needs to be heard, I really want to make sure our boards and commissions feel empowered to do that and feel welcomed to do that from council. So I think that that's something that I would love to share with them. And if we want to have a conversation as a council, I know we've talked about this before, maybe in the future, having a broader discussion on the roles of boards and commissions. And I certainly think that could be part of it, of how we share that message with our boards and commissions. One other minor thing I wanted to mention that was on both work plans was the ADA self-evaluation and transition plan. I remember when first being briefed on this as a Human Services Commissioner, I was really excited to hear from staff that it was not only about accessibility, but about inclusivity as well. And so I'd like to propose to both work plans to adding at the end of the description of each of them to add an inclusivity, to not just be about accessibility, but something that I'm really proud of our city for doing, for Juanita Beach Park, for other efforts that we're doing, is that we don't just do the bare minimum of what's ADA required. We really care about being inclusive, not just in our playgrounds, but in our parks and other spaces as well, to really be inclusive to everybody that we can in the community. So I'd really like us to, do I need to make a motion or just give that feedback? I don't know how that works. I don't know how this process works, but I'd like to give that feedback because I think that actually is a really key piece. It's only another 2 words to add to each, but that is quite a different lens than just meeting the legal requirement of accessibility.
Council, can I get some head nods on that? And then staff, okay, great.
Okay, we can do that.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Nixon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So back when the Human Services Commission was created, one of the primary goals of the council at the time was that the commission would be proactive, that they would review the needs in the community, do a gap analysis, figure out which needs weren't being adequately met, look around the world and around the nation to identify best practices for how those things were being addressed, and then to reach out to service providers locally and encourage them to submit proposals to do those things here. Is that happening?
Yes, I would say that over the last couple of sessions, there's been some set-asides. So I would say instead of necessarily reaching out before the application, but the biggest example, the most, I think, important example would be the housing stability attorney at ELAP. The commission had received very convincing presentation from two organizations that provided legal services and said there's not enough civil legal aid. And then their proposals didn't kind of demonstrate the acuity of need. And so there was a request to the council to set aside $100,000 a year. And that pilot was successful. And so that level of commitment has continued. So I would say that would be the most significant example. One from this last cycle was we had always had a request from an agency who did cultural navigation services that included for the Spanish-speaking community. And we were surprised this last time around that there was no application. And so money was set aside. And you'll find out in your next packet a little bit about some of the outreach that is being done with our Spanish-speaking community. And so we are waiting to hear directly from them before we recommend how to move forward, but there is money already set aside to meet that need. So there's a couple of examples. I don't know if that fully meets.
I would like to see more of this.
Okay.
Right? Because I know there are very innovative things being done. We clearly have unmet needs, and I want us to be known for our innovation in Kirkland and for how proactive we are. And I really don't want us to kind of sit back and wait for agencies to bring ideas to us. I want us to also be taking ideas to the agencies. Thanks.
And I would hope that that is also a role that the Human Services Commission, or not commission, but the greater East Side Human Services Forum
yes.
works on, right? Councilmember Pascal.
All right. Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's great to see these work programs prepared. It was just a couple years ago that I don't believe the Parks Board or the Human Services Commission had work programs that came before the council. And so it's great to see that we're doing that so we can prioritize and kind of work towards those common goals. I was on the Park Board side, I was interested in making sure that there's some check-ins, at least with council at some point, on the turf field strategic plan and the off-leash dog areas. I know those are things that I've been looking forward to seeing move forward. So I'd be interested in making sure that we do have check-ins at some point during those processes. On the Human Services Commission, one of the things that you know that we're working on rolling out as a city are that the community court and the community safety responders, and I think we all know that those are meant to address some gaps that we have. And I think, I guess I had a question whether or not that commission is being briefed on those programs, and if we're getting any kind of feedback. And I guess the point would be, like, as those programs get up and running, that'd be good to kind of see how they're going. And I know that we're interested as a council, but I think I'd love to hear input from the commissioners as well on those.
Noted. Thank you.
Great. Okay, any further discussion? Well, great work, you guys. We so appreciate it, and we're getting, so we really expect it too. I guess you're spoiling us. So with that, I think we break until 7:30. Well, 7:30 for most of us, 9:30 for Councilmember Nixon. All right, we'll be cognizant of that. See you all in a half an hour.
Thanks.
We're live, Mayor.
Thank you. We are back in session following a study session tonight on public development authorities and Park Board and Human Services Commission work plans. As I call this meeting back to order, I just want to make a little reminder that 10 years ago this morning at midnight, Councilmember Nixon, City Manager Kurt Triplett, and I were at the outskirts of Kirkland putting up the new Welcome to Kirkland signs in the Juanita, Finhill, or North Juanita, Finhill, and Kingsgate neighborhoods. 10 years, we did it, you guys. We did it well. Okay, that takes us to item number 4 in our agenda, honors and proclamations. Our first proclamation will be read by Councilmember Kelly Curtis, and it is our Pride Month proclamation. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So normally I cover a little bit about the proclamation because we're going to be declaring June as Pride Month in Kirkland, but there's actually a couple new elements to it this year that I want to highlight before the proclamation is read. The first is we have a new group, Eastside Pride Pacific Northwest, that has formed, that is part of Pride Month this year. Very excited about that. And I just want to say a little bit about Eastside Pride because Diana Zhang from Eastside Pride Northwest, Pacific Northwest, will be here to receive the proclamation. So Eastside Pride Pacific Northwest recognizes the need to support and celebrate our LGBTQIA plus community in Kirkland and the neighboring cities on the east side. The mission of Eastside Pride is to foster unity, celebrate diversity, and build bridges across communities that are free of prejudice and bias, and where everyone is safe, valued, and feels a sense of belonging. Eastside Pride invites all council members and all Kirkland community members to visit their virtual booth as they launch Eastside Pride Pacific Northwest as Seattle Pride's virtual event on June 26 and 27 from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m., and you can learn far more about what Eastside Pride is all about. So, the other thing that I wanted to mention is, as usual, we'll be hanging the Pride flag over City Hall and Marina Park, but 2 new things going on. We're actually doing this now in partnership with the rest of the facilities, and particularly with the International Association of Firefighters. Kirkland Firefighters will be hanging now what's called the Progress flag at all of our fire stations, at the Kirkland Justice Center, and other city facilities. And the Progress flag is an evolution of the Pride flag that celebrates even more diversity of people of color, as well as folks who are transgender and other gender identities. So those are the new things that are happening. And again, at the end of the proclamation, Diana Zhang will receive the proclamation and say a few words.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, for giving me this opportunity. I have many friends and many family members part of the LGBTQIA community, and it's an honor to read this proclamation. A proclamation of the City of Kirkland proclaiming June 2021 as Pride Month in Kirkland, Washington. Whereas lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, questioning, intersex, and asexual people are our family, friends, neighbors, and co-workers who are part of and contribute meaningfully to our community. And whereas gay pride events are held in June to commemorate the June 28, 1969 Stonewall riots that were sparked in response to ongoing police harassment of New York's gay community, and were also the catalyst for establishing safe places for gays and lesbians to be open about their sexual orientation without fear of being arrested or jailed. And whereas the fight for dignity, equality, and inclusion for the LGBTQIA plus people has been hard fought in the streets and the courts of this country. And whereas in 2001, the City of Kirkland added sexual orientation to its affirmative action policy, and 2006, the state of Washington added protection from discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender identity to the Washington law. And whereas in 2017, the City of Kirkland added a new chapter, 3.18, to the Kirkland Municipal Code related to sustaining a safe, welcoming, and inclusive community for all residents, regardless of race, religion, color, national origin, sex, age, income, or economic status, political affiliation, military status, sexual orientation, or physical, mental, or sensory ability. And whereas to protect the health of the community during the COVID-19 pandemic, Pride events across the country, like most other large gatherings, have been canceled or were being held virtually, resulting in the need to ensure that Pride Month and the ongoing fight for dignity and equality is not forgotten in the midst of these challenging times. And whereas it is imperative that young people in our community, regardless of sexual orientation, gender identity, and expression, feel valued, safe, empowered, and supported by their peers and community leaders. Now, therefore, I, Penny Sweet, Mayor of Kirkland, on behalf of the City Council and in honor of the anniversary of the Stonewall Riot, do hereby proclaim June 2021 as Pride Month in Kirkland, Washington, to celebrate lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, questioning, intersex, and asexual members of our community, and as an affirmation of the city's commitment to protect and serve everyone who resides, works, or visits Kirkland without discrimination, as well as its belief in the dignity, equality, and civil rights of all people. Signed this first day of June, 2021.
Thank you, Councilmember Curtis. Diana.
Thank you so much to the City of Kirkland and to all the council members for standing with our LGBTQIA community and continuing to recognize the importance of Pride and the queer community. So Pride for me has been so important, especially because for a long time being queer was so far out of the norm. And you know, in my imagination of a perfect family, it came straight out of the 50s. It was that mom, dad, and the 2.5 kids with the white picket fence. And for me, I looked at that snapshot and it never quite felt right. What if I wanted something a little bit different? And it never felt okay and to want anything else, and it felt wrong. So for so many of us, I feel that we're afraid to reveal our true selves if we diverge from that at all. But when I see like these families that totally break from the mold, and I see them happy and thriving, and I see a community that welcomes them, and I see their contributions, I see my future. It's one where I don't have to hide my authentic self. And a part of Pride, I really feel, is overcoming that fear of difference, of breaking away from the status quo and building better communities through equity, inclusion, and understanding. So at Eastside Pride Pacific Northwest, our mission is to foster unity, celebrate diversity, and build bridges across communities. We're building a cross-city group that really has a goal of supporting the local queer community and their contributions. We want a voice to those who have felt unseen, erased, misunderstood, especially Black, Indigenous, and people of color. We hope to connect and build relationships with our local communities through collaboration, and we want to create a unique and authentic East Side celebration for all people to enjoy. I hope that you'll come visit our virtual booth at this Seattle's virtual Pride event this year. It's June 26th and 27th, and I hope you'll stay tuned to hear about our in-person events. Thank you so much.
Diana, thank you so much for sharing and for being with us this evening. Our next proclamation is National Gun Violence Awareness Day proclamation. And Councilmember Neil Black will be reading that. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'll be declaring June 4th, National Gun Violence Awareness Day, and to receive the proclamation is our Police Chief, Sherry Harris. And this proclamation is important, more important than ever, as we are seeing an increased number of handguns and weapons purchased by the population. So the need for awareness and education is even more important than ever before.
Thank you, City Manager. So I am going to read a proclamation of the City of Kirkland proclaiming June 4th, 2021 as National Gun Violence Awareness Day in the City of Kirkland. Whereas the first Friday in June is National Gun Violence Awareness Day, also known as Wear Orange Day, recognized and supported by Kirkland's local chapter of Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America, a nonpartisan grassroots movement of Americans fighting for public safety measures to protect people from gun violence. And whereas the Wear Orange movement was founded in 2015 to honor and remember 15-year-old honor student Hadia Pendleton, who was shot on a Chicago playground in 2013, just 1 week after marching in President Barack Obama's second inaugural parade. And whereas the foundation of Wear Orange is constructed out of an unblemished desire to shape a future free from gun violence, the color orange, a vibrant emblem of protection selected by a group of Hadia's friends who chose the color orange because it is a bold, bright color that demands to be seen, and the color that hunters wear in the woods to safeguard themselves and others from harm. And whereas every day more than 100 Americans are killed by gun violence, alongside more than 230 who are shot and wounded, and on average there are more than 13,000 gun homicides every year. And whereas Friday, June 4, marks the 7th annual National Gun Violence Awareness Day, meant to honor and remember all victims and survivors of gun violence and to formally declare that we as a country can and must do more to reduce gun violence. And whereas the Kirkland City Council has proactively worked alongside the Kirkland community to determine actions the city can undertake to reduce gun violence, launching a massive community engagement effort in 2018, and subsequently passing the Save Lives Through Gun Safety resolution in May of 2018. And whereas gun safety continues to be a priority for the council, which committed to further gun safety measures in Proposition 1, the city's Enhanced Police Services and Community Safety Sales Tax Measure, passed by voters in the fall of 2018. And whereas the Kirkland City Council strives to achieve the balance between support for the Second Amendment rights of law-abiding community members and efforts to keep guns away from those with dangerous and violent histories. And now, therefore, Mayor Penny Sweet, on behalf of the Kirkland City Council, does hereby proclaim Friday, June 4, 2021 as National Gun Violence Awareness Day in the city of Kirkland, and encourages our community members to wear orange in honor of Hadia Pendleton and to signify an allegiance to those who share the united vision of a future free from gun violence.
Thank you. Sherry, did you have some words for us?
Just a couple things that I wanted to share with the community that, like City Manager Triplett shared, that we do have an increase in gun sales. We know that because of the gun checks that we do, the background checks here at the police department. If you purchased a gun in the last year because you were in fear of COVID, please feel free to turn that gun into the police department. You can surrender that. We will melt it. We also have gun locks that are available for free. We encourage you, please secure your weapons. Don't leave them unattended in your car. And again, contact the Kirkland Police Department and we'll have a free gun lock for you.
Thank you, Sherry. Okay, this takes us to item 5, communications. Items from the audience. This is the time in our meeting when we normally hear from the public on matters which are not quasi-judicial or scheduled for a public hearing, of which there are none scheduled this evening. Because of current social distancing requirements related to COVID-19 that are still in effect at the City of Kirkland, members of the public cannot participate in person at tonight's meeting. However, the public may still comment by Zoom or by telephone. For those members of the public who are joining us by phone or on Zoom, please limit your remarks to 3 minutes and the council will receive up to 3 comments each on both sides of each issue. If you are participating by Zoom, please click in the participants box to raise hand to be recognized. For those participating by phone, please dial *9 to be recognized to speak. And in addition, if you are participating by Zoom but do not wish to speak, you're encouraged to watch this council meeting by live stream through the city's website. Thank you. City Manager, have you got a list started?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So currently we have 2 people who've indicated a desire to speak. The first is Curtis Brown, followed by MJ Carlson.
Great. Curtis, you want to join us? Mr. Brown, can you hear us?
Oh, there we go. Sorry, guys. As soon as we switched over to share, I lost audio, so I had to get it back there.
Okay, welcome.
Okay. I mean, I'm up.
You are up.
All right, let me see if I can do this. Is my screen sharing?
Yes, it is.
All right. Okay, thank you. So given the challenges of last week's format change, I wanted to just take a moment to, or take a time to actually cover what I had planned to cover last week, but was just unable to given some of the challenges. I'm not going to go through all of this, but wanted to touch on some key areas. Specifically wanted to start with the challenge that we, between, well, I guess I should say, the 2019 station area plan that was obviously developed with public feedback, with basically a lot of research. The draft recommendation was going to be made in January of 2019 that specified a maximum of 6 stories if there's residential above retail, with 3 when it approaches any of the existing residences. So this was, taking into account that the plan with Lee Johnson was going to be housing, and it was put on hold by the city council because of the fact that they hadn't had a chance to even talk to Costco yet, who was going to be part of the rezone, and wanted a little bit more time in terms of looking at some of the walking areas. So then we jumped all of a sudden to when the new plan came out, and it had bared no resemblance to what the previous recommendation was going to be, and yet nothing had changed that we knew of. The current plan as far as growth was presented as a do nothing, and a Goldilocks option was now inexplicably now twice as high, with 300 feet being the most extreme example. So we continue to see that this is housing numbers are being pushed for inexplicable reasons, as far as given that we know that they're incorrect, given Lee Johnson Costco is not going to be housing, and yet those high numbers and the housing numbers remain. So that's why you still see some people supporting these options, because they are being basically lied to. That it doesn't have to do with housing. Only affordable housing is going to be a tiny portion, and it has nothing to do with the extreme heights. And Costco, the one that was delayed for, said that they don't want this. So who was it for? We want to talk with a little bit of trust with the Planning Commission, is that they told you that they've reached out to a ton of people, and yet they've spent more effort trying to get high schoolers' feedback than they have making sure that the folks between 85th and the streets to the north and south are informed. And we had a situation, we found out that they haven't actually read, the commission members haven't actually read all of the emails that were sent in. They were only summarized in terms of a support of the options, of which they really weren't. That's hugely concerning. And then we had found out Lake Washington School District, who Commissioner Tim Chisholm wanted to reach out to, specific pushback from 2 of the commission members there, saying that they don't care basically what Lake Washington School District has to say. It's not their job to accommodate them, and they shouldn't change plans. So if they won't even listen to what Lake Washington has to say, or not reading our emails, again, who's this for? There's a lot of questions here that we need answered, such as like why Totem Lake, where we've spent hundreds of millions of dollars, is not the place that we're looking at, and they have the magic bus stop. And why is it that Kirkland Alliance of Neighborhoods is the...
Sorry, Mr. Brown, I'm going to have to cut you off.
So, all right, well, I'll send this to you guys.
Please feel free to send us your PowerPoint, because we can't really read it.
Oh, I'm sorry, my screen coming across weird.
Okay, thanks very much for joining us tonight.
So we have 2 additional speakers, Johanna Palmer and Tram, in addition to MJ Carlson, who is next.
Okay.
Now can you hear me?
Yes, Ms. Carlson.
Like the traditional greeting of 2021. All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is MJ Carlson from Juanita. And I am here tonight to say thank you on behalf of Indivisible Kirkland for your being open to re-examining whether having armed police in schools is compatible with the city's commitment to ensuring the safety and respect of Black Kirklanders. You haven't started the timer, if that's making me nervous. Sorry. And to thank you for being thoughtful about choosing the best timeline for making that decision. So as you're debating this evening which timetable to use, Indivisible just wanted to remind you of how many of the stakeholders you have already heard from. I don't want you to sell yourselves short in terms of how much consultation you folks have already done on this. So just as a reminder, you have heard from local Black youth who came to a special City Council hearing, in part to talk about scary experiences that they have had with our SROs. And you've heard from local Black community members who've come to the council to attest that they sometimes feel unsafe sending their kids to school with armed police in the schools. And then, of course, in their recent 5434 focus groups, we know that Black constituents have repeatedly raised SROs as one of their biggest concerns about life in Kirkland. But you haven't just heard from Black constituents, you've also heard regularly from other stakeholders. So I just wanted to remind you that your Human Services Commission raised concerns years ago, before I was on it, about the disproportionate negative impact of SROs on racial and other minorities. And last March, you heard from the SRO task force, which I was on. And as today's memo recalls, the task force commended the SRO program on following many established best practices. But our final report also pointed out that many subject experts, including the ACLU and Black Lives Matter, recommend not having SROs at all. And then last June, after the tragic death of George Floyd, the local teachers union, the Lake Washington Education Association, wrote an open letter to Lake Washington School District asking them to immediately defund the SRO program. So our local teachers, who are really intimately acquainted with how SRO's presence affects all of their students, also want SROs out of the school. And finally, most of the school districts surrounding us here have either ended or suspended their SRO programs in the last year without a protracted public consultation process, in recognition of the need to make swift reforms to respond to the well-founded fear and pain of their Black constituents. So again, as you consider how much time is needed to consult with the community, I just want to remind you that you have already heard from the students who are most negatively impacted by the SRO program, and from their teachers and from their parents. And all of those groups have said that the SRO program poses a threat to the safety and well-being of the most impacted population. So we want to urge you to choose the accelerated timeline and act swiftly on the information that those groups have brought you by removing SROs from Kirkland schools. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Carlson. Now we'll bring up Johanna Palmer. Ms. Palmer, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. You're not getting video. You don't need to watch me eat my dinner.
Okay, then.
Thank you, Toby, for reminding me that today was the 10th anniversary of us being annexed. We had a long, hard-fought campaign to get there, so thanks for that reminder. I hope you each had a chance to read the email I sent on the plan for the 132nd Square Park. I did not go through all 233 pages of it, but I did take a look at the demolition plan and also the tree retention plan, and noticed that there was discrepancies in which trees were going to be retained or taken out, depending on which plan you looked at. I think the best way to bring those into alignment would be to leave the tree that is outside of the clearing boundary according to the demolition plan, and then remove the trees that were going to be removed per the tree retention plan that are within the clearing zone. So those extra cottonwood trees, take those out and leave our lovely walnut tree that's right behind one of our neighbors there and near our giant pet rock that's in the park. So I'm really hoping you'll take a look at that and somehow bring that in alignment so that we can keep that one tree that's outside of the clearing area and get rid of some more of those, I think, giant weeds called cottonwoods that are in there. And I also want just to reiterate that the fences for all the adjoining neighbors in the Forest Grove neighborhood that are joining the park there belong to the neighbors. even those 4-foot, lovely 4-foot chain link fences, because if you were to look through a number of our neighborhood yards, you'll see that those chain link fences are still in a number of the yards and were used to fence the subdivision property lines 50 years ago when they were first built. And so I'm very confident that the developer put that chain link up around the park property when it was school district property. So I hope you'll take a look at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Palmer. That brings up Tram.
We have one additional speaker, Dan Wachtler, afterwards.
Tram, can you hear us?
I can. Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Can you share your last name with us?
Yeah, it's Tram Larson.
Thank you.
Sorry, hyphen Larson. My name is Tran Larson. I'm the Community Engagement Manager with the Housing Justice Project. So HJP is part of the Stay House, Stay Healthy Coalition with various stakeholders across the county. As you all know, the eviction moratorium is set to expire at the end of June. And I think a lot of housing advocates know that there's a strong likelihood that it won't be extended again. So I just thought I'd share some numbers that kind of puts things into perspective of just how big of a crisis that we are looking at post-moratorium. So 2020's point in time count showed that there was a 5% increase in homelessness just from 2018 to 2019. So that really shows that we had a housing crisis that existed long before the pandemic and will likely only worsen when an estimated about 48,000 households in King County alone are at risk for eviction come July 1st. So if we're doing a conservative estimate of about 2 to 3 people per household, we're looking at potentially 96 to 144,000 individuals that are at risk for homelessness. Mind you, the county also has $165 million in rental assistance funds right now that needs to be spent, but not all the programs are set up to distribute the funding, and so they're not able to roll out yet, and a lot of tenants actually can't access that money. So basically, we're looking at a moratorium that is expiring and households getting evicted in the meantime if local jurisdictions aren't acting. So in an area, that is home to 8 billionaires, we shouldn't have a housing crisis and thousands of unhoused individuals as it is. And while the wealthy have accumulated more wealth during the pandemic, our frontline workers and the most marginalized residents in our community have experienced the highest rates of contracting COVID and loss of income. Renters want to be able to pay their rent. I think this is a common myth that's out there that, people are just sitting by and just not wanting to pay their rent, but they do. We see folks that are maxing out their credit cards, opting to pay rent instead of getting their medical bills or getting their medicine that they desperately need. So we really just need to put protections in place so these renters can keep a roof over their heads as our city begins to, reopen and recover. And we know that the pandemic will end and soon most of us will forget what this year plus was like. But for a lot of Black, Indigenous, immigrants, and other communities of color, they're going to suffer lasting impacts. King County had a housing crisis long before March 2020, and it's going to remain long after COVID. So that's why I'm so excited for this Eviction Zero campaign proposal from the city manager that you'll be discussing. We really need long-term protection.
I'm going to have to cut you off.
Okay.
Your time is up. If you have additional comments you want to send to us, just pay attention tonight. We'll see if we're going in the direction you want.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You bet. With that, let's bring up Dan Wachtler.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome, Mr. Wachtler.
Thank you. Yeah, my name is Dan Wachtler. I'm a local builder developer here in Kirkland. I've built about 100 different homes here in the Kirkland city. I want to bring it to the council's attention the current lack of staffing that's currently presiding in the planning and building department. I know there's a lot of vacancies in the planning and building department, and the staff is working hard to fill those positions. but we have a $20 million 15-unit project in downtown Kirkland, and we're currently running 8.5 weeks behind the expected first review date, which is striking our schedule quite badly. You know, the lack of production in units here is just going to be feeding the affordability crisis in Kirkland by limiting the supply of homes. And we have 2 affordable units in our 15-unit complex that are just delayed that many more months. So we're asking for the council to help solve this problem through properly staffing our building and planning department. And I'd like to hear you guys' thoughts on it.
Okay, Mr. Wackler, we do not comment during this period. You can contact us individually by email or as a group. But generally the council does not respond to public comment during this period.
Understood. Well, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for coming and joining us tonight. City Manager, do we have anybody left?
We do not. I also just invite Mr. Wackler to contact me or Adam Weinstein, the Director of Planning and Building. Would be happy to talk with you as well.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else who wishes to address the council at this time?
No one is indicating raising their hand.
Seeing none, I will declare this items from the audience period closed. Takes us to item number seven, special presentations, the 2021 Eileen Trentman Memorial Scholarship recipients. City Manager.
Oops, excuse me. Sorry, thank you. So tonight we're going to be presenting the Eileen Trentman Memorial Scholarships to 2 very talented young people. Here to present the presentation is Patrick Taft, our volunteer coordinator, and Reggie Schuberger, our youth services coordinator, and this is also a partnership with the Kirkland Firefighters Benevolent Association, and I believe there might be some representatives watching as well. So.
Welcome, Patrick. And Reggie.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Kurt. I will go ahead and start. Megan Keys had been able to join us up until about 10 minutes ago when she needed to leave for job duties. So I would like to just go ahead and start off by reading what she had to say. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. Thank you for having me. My name is Megan Keys. I am a Kirkland firefighter, and I'm here tonight on behalf of the Kirkland Firefighters Benevolent Association. Part of the mission of KFFBA is to have an impact on the community beyond the scope of our jobs as firefighters. We have long partnered with the Eileen Trentman Memorial Scholarship to provide financial awards to deserving teens in our community. The award recipients have spent countless hours in service to the city of Kirkland, and we are excited to present these awards tonight as they look towards their college careers. And then Reggie is joining us, and she will, Reggie, would you like to do the kind of the intro of the scholarship and then the first awardee?
Sure, I'd be happy to. Thank you, Patrick, and thank you, Mayor Sweet and Council. So I've been doing this for a very long time. This is one of my most exciting and heartfelt projects that I get to work on. So back in the early 2000s, we started a scholarship program to honor youth who are volunteering their time for the city. Cost of higher education keeps going up and up, as we all know, and this is just a small way that we as staff can give back to the students who have given us so much. The funds that are raised come during our annual giving campaign where city staff again donates funds, and KFFBA has been great to match that money. Sometimes seems like tenfold, so they've been very generous co-sponsor with us. So this year we do have 2 honorees that I'm going to introduce the first one, and then Patrick will take our second honoree for the evening. So I know that both of our honorees are here attending the meeting as well. So when we're done speaking, we can hand that over if they have any comments to add. So it's my privilege and honor to recognize Nellie, who joined the Kirkland Youth Council in the fall of 2019 as a junior at Lake Washington High School. She jumped right in with both feet and has never looked back. Nellie is always willing to help, is dependable, and it truly has the best interests out for her peers and her community. She's always willing to help whenever she can. She served as judge for our teen traffic court program, played a starring role in last summer's Mask PSA program that she did virtually, which was pretty great, and was always first to offer to lead discussions at our youth council meetings. Her leadership skills earned her placement on our current leadership team, 2020-21, just after 8 months of being on the Kirkland Youth Council. To date, and that's as of today, Nellie has logged just shy of 100 hours for the city in less than 2 years, which is impressive given that probably 75-80% of that time has been virtual. One of Nellie's most significant contributions over the last 2 years has been her strength in advocating for the Latinx youth and families in our community, especially during COVID. She asks poignant questions and raises up struggles that both her peers and her family have had to deal with. She tactfully and elegantly speaks her truth. Nellie is quiet, but she's a powerful leader and has earned the respect of both her peers and adults in our community. I truly wish, and I told Nellie this when I saw her the other day, that I had more years working with her. She is one of the most amazing young people I've had the privilege to work with in my 25-year history with the city. I wish her nothing but the best. I know she'll do great things, and I will miss her tremendously. Congratulations, Nellie.
Is Nellie here? Does she want to talk to us at all?
Yeah, I'm here. I just like to say thank you very much for this wonderful scholarship opportunity. When I found out that I got the scholarship, I was so amazed and so very grateful. I told my mom and we had a mini celebration. We were so happy. I promise that I'll do my best to make sure that the funds of the scholarship are put to good use, and I work towards my goals and my dreams, and that I will never stop giving to my community and giving back to those who have given to me. And I'm once again very grateful to the Kirkland community. Thank you.
Thank you, and well done.
Thank you, Nellie. Congratulations, and thank you, Reggie. And next is, bear with me, is my shared screen working when we're sharing it?
It's me. There you go.
Okay. I'm not good at managing all these things at once. Okay, so our next awardee is Asher Devine with Green Kirkland Partnership. Asher, a volunteer Kirkland steward, who is one of the leads, on-site leads, since 2015, has contributed a tremendous 160 hours in the past 5 years, engaging the community to build healthier habitat while teaching others the value of our urban forests at Crestwoods Park. His dedication to hands-on learning and growth as a leader has made him a peer among adults. Asher began as a young scout and has remained passionate and committed to the environment ever since. His service has given him hands-on experience dealing with the challenges of stewardship, both in managing people and the landscape. He has grown into a leader who is not afraid to try new ideas to solve problems while collaborating with a team of experienced adults. Asher contributes significantly to our annual goal planning at his site by bringing new ideas and novel approaches. In 2020, Asher took the initiative to develop a test of a browse protection device, which is basically to keep animals that would nibble or eat the plants at bay, for new tree plantings in his area. He saw a problem and proposed 3 low-cost ways to address the issue. He developed and researched this project and is now following through with the installation and ongoing monitoring of his experiment. And probably based on the amount of time that has progressed since the time of this of this nomination, he may well be completely finished with this. Our city is very lucky to have such a motivated and professional young adult addressing real challenges in our community. Asher is awarded a $1,000 scholarship. Congratulations and thank you, Asher. And I do believe that Asher is with us.
Congratulations, Asher. You want to share a couple comments with us?
Hi. Thank you so much for the scholarship. It's amazing and I'm super honored by it. I don't really have much to say, but I'm super passionate about stewardship work and I'm gonna keep doing that wherever I go. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations again. Okay, Patrick, you can stop sharing. And that takes us to item B, the 2021-2022 Kirkland Youth Council Annual Review Presentation. City Manager.
Okay, so thank you, Madam Mayor. So I think once again, Ricky Schipperger is going to introduce this, but we also have members of the Youth Council here to make the presentation on their accomplishments of 21-22.
Great, thank you again. And the leadership team, as is normal, will be taking the lead. I'll just do some quick introductions before we get started. So it's been an interesting year, as it has been for most people. So our leadership team is gonna introduce themselves quickly and then start with the presentations and take questions at the end.
Super, proceed.
Awesome, thank you. So I'll start us off with introductions. My name is Endidio Parra. I'm a senior at Lake Washington High School, and this is my 5th year on the council.
Kyla, you are muted.
Thank you. I said, hi, my name is Kayla Huff, and I'm a senior from Juanita High School, and this is my 2nd year on the council.
Hi, my name is Robin. I'm a senior at Lake Washington High School also, and this is also my 2nd year on the council.
Hi there, my name is Braden Brackett. I'm a senior at Tesla STEM High School, and this is my 5th year on the council.
Hi, my name is Josh Slay. I'm a junior from Lake Washington High School, and this is my 3rd year on the council.
Hi, this is Natalie McSknoll, and I'm a senior at Lake Washington High School. This is my 2nd year in the council.
Well, welcome to you all.
I'll just do a quick broad brushstroke of the group to get us started off. So currently there are 40 members, grades 6 through 12, which represent 13 different schools, all of our schools in Kirkland, as well as we do have students that are Kirkland residents that attend private schools. Amazingly, I looked this up today and I was shocked. The group just this year up through the end of May dedicated 750 hours of their time, which 99% of that was done virtually. The only non-virtual hours were done in our single service project that we were able to do was a park restoration event that we had in April around Earth Day. So I will hand it off to, I believe it's to Ndidi.
Awesome. So a little bit about recruitment this year. Due to the pandemic and the uncertainty regarding that, the Youth Council limited recruitment to just middle school students for this year. But even with these limitations, we still had 30 students apply for membership over the course of just a few windows. And just a few days, sorry. And out of these applications we received, KYC and leadership invited 15 candidates to interview and later invited 6 awesome, great candidates to join the council. We are so glad to have Matthew, Jocelyn, Jasper, Tyler, Jess, and Alex, as they've been excellent additions to the council, and we're so excited to see the work they do in years to come.
All right, so through KYC's mini grant program, we've had the opportunity to fund 13 programs just this year. With over those 13 programs, we have given $8,500. On the screen is a few of the programs we have funded over our 3 review cycles, which include the youth horticultural program, as well as Rose Hill Middle School's food pantry program and Finn Hills Library, to increase the range of books to fit all students' needs and to really accommodate for the diversity that they need there, and the cultural for the books so that they can get really like for their student needs. And then as well as Juanita's program to educate and then spread the awareness of homelessness. And those are just like a few of the out of the 13 that we've done.
Okay, next up, Teen Traffic Court. So this past year, we've continued our Teen Traffic Court program. However, we did have to pause the program for 3 months due to COVID. But once we started back up virtually, we had 10 cases versus the average of about 50 that has been the case for the past couple of years. But we're still glad we got those 10 cases in. A couple things to know, 80% of the tickets were speeding. 9 citations were from the Kirkland officers and 1 from Clyde Hill. And then out of those 10 cases, the most common schools were Juanita, Inglemoor, and Lake Washington.
During this year, the Leadership Council met with both the City Manager Kirk Triplett and the School Superintendent John Holman. During these meetings, leadership asked questions the council had regarding city and school district issues. The majority of these questions were based around a few central topics, primarily SROs in school, online learning this year and online learning next year, updates on COVID restrictions within the cities and school districts, and construction developments such as Kirkland Urban.
And some of the advisory opportunities and conversations that the council has had have been about SROs, water conservation districts, neighborhood master plans, legislative action, and early development support, which is what Best Starts for Kids is. And these conversations have been really productive. I've given a lot of helpful feedback for those who come in to get our opinion.
Unfortunately, due to the pandemic, KYC was unable to do service projects like we've done in the past. But as things have been opening up and there have been more in-person opportunities present, we did do a park restoration project, as Reggie mentioned, in April. This project was located at 00 Denny Park. There were about 6 council members, including myself, at the project. I would say that it was a very successful project. What we did is we put rings of mulch around plants in the area to help facilitate their growth and to help keep those plants healthy. It was a little bit difficult to find the location, but besides that, I would say it was a successful project for this year, and the council is looking forward to hopefully doing many more community service projects in the future.
Now we'll be talking about our big project of the year, which is the Kirkland Teen Needs Assessment Survey. So this survey serves to gather data on what Kirkland teens think about what the city of Kirkland has been doing and what they need in Kirkland. And this was done through kind of the lenses of social justice, mental health, substance abuse, education, and youth voice. So far the survey has been out for a couple of weeks. We've set a goal of 300 responses, and we've been doing pretty well because we've gathered about 285 responses last time I checked. And since the survey is not yet closed, we will only be able to share the highlights through the 6 lenses above, and we don't have the official results quite yet. So the first thing I'll be talking about is just the demographics of people who have filled out the survey so far. So as you can see, the schools, it's been mostly Lake Washington High School students, and coming in second place is Juanita. And then we've been working to get a couple more Juanita participants in, so hopefully that will level out soon. But as you can see, all the various Kirkland middle schools have been pretty consistent too. And then by grade level, it's been more high school students than middle school students, but it's looking to be pretty even. And then by gender, we have noticed that it's been a lot more females than males. And then Hispanic and Latino to non-Hispanics and Latinos, it's been generally pretty reflective of the Kirkland community. Same thing for ethnicity in general. When we look at this graph, it pretty accurately reflects the Kirkland community, which we're pretty happy about.
All right, so I'll be presenting about social justice within the Kirkland community. When responding to the statement, I feel supported by the Kirkland community, about 51% of respondents agreed, while about 34% neither agreed nor disagreed. When responding to the statement, I feel connected to the Kirkland community, about 32% of respondents neither agreed nor disagreed, while about 21% disagreed. In terms of the statement, I feel safe in Kirkland, about 56 agreed. And then, however, in the statement, inequities exist in Kirkland, 40% agreed. I'll also be presenting about substance abuse. When it came to the statement, I think that vaping is an issue. About 48% of respondents strongly agreed, and about 36% agreed. In terms of the statement, I am concerned about teen alcohol use. About 36% agreed, while about 26% strongly agreed. And with the statement, I'm concerned about teen marijuana use. 35% agreed, and 30% strongly agreed.
I'm going to real quickly touch on education in school within the needs assessment. So regarding education in school and the needs assessment, there are kind of four major takeaways. Firstly, high school and beyond requirements such as Zello and the state mandated requirements. Many students believe that they feel like extra work and aren't really important or impactful in their education. Students, kind of similar to that tangent, students really want a financial planning class or beyond high school classes that have a meaningful impact on their future that they feel will provide them with practical skills later on in their life. More students believe that their education this year has been negatively impacted by COVID and that their education was not on par with what it normally is. And lastly, an overwhelming number of students believe that they are supported and have a support system within their school system via their counselors or outside sources.
Like with the other areas on our survey takers were asked to rank their agreement with statements regarding student voice in Kirkland. Overall, students agree that their ideas are supported and their voices are valued, which is why we see blue goes farthest in the graph that's on the screen right now. But a lot of them do not strongly agree. So we want to see a lot more of this green bar that's under the blue bar, which would mean that people strongly agree that sharing their voice is accessible and in turn are passionate about sharing it. And this is yet another item that the council can target in the future as we kind of evaluate the needs assessment results.
So another important part of the survey was we had a question at the end, which asked the teens to rank what they think is most important that the city offers for them and what they would want to see more of in the city. And the highest ranked thing was mental health support. So this would include referrals from counselors, support groups, anything like that, and just a greater presence of counselors and mental health organizations such as Youth Eastside Services and Teen Link. And then some other areas that were important include volunteer opportunities. So just more volunteer opportunities within Kirkland and just like promoting those opportunities so teens are aware of them, as well as art and music programs, which is pretty self-explanatory. Enrichment opportunities, which would include internships, job shadowing, and then another important area was youth involvement. So this would just include youth being involved in the community and finding ways to involve more youth in the community. And then recreation and fitness classes, that's also pretty self-explanatory. And then the team center or youth hub would be just that I would think would include KTUB and what they're doing. And then youth forums includes things like the youth summit that the council's done in the past, where we've asked for youth feedback on some of the stuff that we've been doing. And then learning about local government. So just one of the ideas that we thought of was like a government day where teens could go and see what the government's doing and learn about the government through that, as well as government related internships.
So finally, we just want to take this time at the end for questions, but first to thank you all for your continuous support for the Youth Council. We truly couldn't do what we do without you, and we look forward to working with you for many years to come. Now we can take any questions if you guys have the time for it.
Super. Thank you guys for a fabulous presentation. Council, any questions or comments? Okay, I don't see any, but I'm going to make one comment. One of the things that I take away from this process is I get to go tell my husband what a good job he did 20 years ago setting up this opportunity for our youth. So great job, you guys. Okay, that takes us to item number C, COVID-19 update. City Manager, is there one?
Thank you, Mayor. So we don't have a COVID-19 update this meeting, but we will have one on the June 15th meeting.
Excellent. And Resolution R5434 update, will it?
Yes, so as we agreed after the study session at the last council meeting, we're going to be using the 5434 update process to cover some of the presentations that we didn't get to on the May 18 study session. And
great.
So the very first one is our use of force policy discussion. So here to present that is our police chief, Sherry Harris.
Excellent. Welcome, Sherry.
Thank you very much. That's a hard act to follow. And I think I got that set so that you can see my screen. I can see most of you. So thank you very much. I have 11 slides tonight to give you an overview of the use of force analysis and the dashboard staff report that was included in your packet tonight.
Sherry, I think you want to change your display settings so we can read the slides. Toby, am I wrong?
Yeah, go up to the display settings at the top of the screen, Chief, and click on display settings. And then select.
So you're not seeing it in slideshow.
Oh, we were, but it was a slideshow with we were seeing the presenter view, and you need to swap so that we're seeing the slide view.
Okay, I tried that. Let me see.
So just put it back in slideshow mode, and then at the top of the screen, where you're seeing the presenter view, where there's two windows on the screen, you can change the display setting there.
Epic fail. I don't see the hide screen. I closed the.
Yeah, I think that you're seeing a different screen than we are.
Try it again. Chris and I even practiced this. Let me try this one.
There you go.
There you go.
Okay, try this again. And as soon as we meet in person, I will have this down. I'll have to remember how to do it from the podium again. So I'm going to provide a high-level overview of our current reporting and review process, an analysis of use of force incidents involving persons of color, an analysis of the first quarter of 2021 use of force incidents, and then talk about the use of force dashboards and the consultant that we're using. And I'll just say that a little bit about the first quarter of 2021, it does take a considerable amount of time to go back and read through all of the reports. But there are positive things that come out of this analysis, and I'll talk about that a little bit later and how we're splitting out some of our use of force and show of force reporting. So I want to go back really quickly to July 2020. We provided a use of force overview at that time, and this slide is a little bit of a repeat of that conversation. Our policies, procedures, and training are all centered on the sanctity of human life and the law. The revised Code of Washington is really the definition of necessary is memorized by every academy recruit. And the US Supreme Court decisions in Tennessee versus Gardner and Graham versus Connor are the foundation for police officer training, policies, and procedures. And many of our routine, but many are tense, uncertainly, and rapidly evolving. So we teach officers to assess the factors listed on the screen in Graham versus Connor. What's the crime that's been committed, the immediate threat to the officer or others, and whether or not the suspect is resisting or attempting to flee. And throughout all of this training is ethical decision-making. Just because you can use force in any given situation, do you need to? Is it the right thing to do? De-escalation is also a part of every training scenario and includes both verbal and nonverbal communication and techniques that are most likely used to diffuse a hostile situation. We're trying to avoid a physical confrontation and obtain voluntary compliance. Our most recent hands-on defensive tactics training scenarios not only included the requirement for de-escalation, but also for intervention. And so one of the scenarios actually included the duty to intervene, where another more senior officer began using an unreasonable level of force, and officers had to ascertain what was happening and react to that. The last bullet on here, we're currently collaborating with the city attorney's office, the prosecutor's office, and WCIA to implement changes that will occur due to the most recent bills passed by the legislature for police reform. Senate Bill 5229 is entitled Law Enforcement Data Collection, and I think we talked about that during our different legislative updates. It's still being codified. It'll become law on July 25th, and it will require a statewide use of force reporting system. So I'm going to try to quickly walk you through the use of force reporting procedures in the department. So we talked about it in the memo, but just to codify this, for the record, that officers write a case report that's kind of overarching for the incident that happened. And then and they also write follow-up reports. If there are 4 officers that are on scene during a domestic violence issue, one might be a supervisor and 2 officers. They're doing investigations, and maybe another officer is taking a report from the neighbor who's the witness. They all write case reports. Only those officers that used any force during that incident write a use of force report, but each one has to write their individual report. So that's why you'll see in the report that there are 39 incidents, but 77 use of force reports. So there's a sergeant or a corporal that review all of those use of force reports, and they either send it back for additional investigation or further explanation. If they have any questions on that, they could approve it, and then they send it to their lieutenant to operate. So there's 2 operations lieutenants in patrol where most of these occur, and they then review all of those as well. After their review, they can close it and say it's within policy. They can review it further, ask, is there other policy training or current protocols being met? They're looking for whether or not the officer had the opportunity to apply de-escalation text too, right? Like taking action to stabilize the situation, trying to reduce the immediacy of the threat, gain more time and distance. What other options could have been available? Lieutenants provide an approval that everything occurred within policy. I kind of said that earlier. Or they send, again, the report for additional investigation. They might also send it to a subject matter expert within the department, like a use of force tactics instructor, a taser instructor, to ensure that everything that they're reading is within our training, our policy, and our protocols. There's a subject matter excerpt for whether there's additional documentation that occurs. If they think that there's a serious issue with that use of force, they're then reviewing it to the chief of police, to my office, for assignment as an internal investigation. Especially if it's going to lead to some significant discipline. So policy violations or training issues are identified during the review process. They're addressed with documented coaching and counseling, remedial training, and or formal discipline. The administrative lieutenant, so this is now someone outside of that patrol operation, drafts an annual use of force report as part of WASPIC's accreditation process, the state accreditation process, and they then provide that report to the risk management lieutenant. So there's another lieutenant that's involved, and the training section to again review, are there any issues with training? Are there any ways we can incorporate things that occurred during the year into our training scenarios? All of our supervisors and lieutenants receive internal training and on approving use of force, on using the software, on the law, on our policies. They also attend WCIA sponsored classes that are specific to the role of reviewing and approving use of force reports. So we recently talked about deadly force investigations and the independent force investigative team that's been created in North King County. That's another process that's part of use of force review. There's an administrative process that occurs when there's a serious use of force incident and a use of force review board. And there's also an early warning system that provides an indication when there have been a series of use of force by one single officer. We talked about that a little bit last July. The software has some built-in red flags that basically draw a supervisor's attention to look again at these cases. Are they within policy? So we were asked to provide analysis of use of force involving persons of color for 2019 and 2020. We did not analyze all of the use of force reports for 2019 and 2020. That will be done by the outside consultant. But the ask was, look at these cases. Are there issues that we're seeing in these use of force? So just to go through what you saw in the memo, both the deputy chiefs went through all of these police reports. There were 39 that occurred in 2019 and 2020 involving persons of color or unknown race. 28 of those originated from dispatch calls for service, and 11 originated from officer observations, such as a DUI arrest, warrant arrests, or disturbances that were actually occurring right in front of the officer. A show of force only safely resolved 18 of those incidents, and the remaining 21 involved one or more application of force techniques. Injuries to subjects were observed or reported in 6 incidents, and no injuries observed or reported in the remaining 33. All 39 use of force incidents previously reviewed by at least a supervisor, a corporal, and a lieutenant followed this process outline. And then 2 of the 39 incidents contained policy violations. And the initial review found the remaining 37 to be within policy, and both the deputy chiefs agreed with those findings. And I just wanted to briefly talk just briefly about the show of force definition. That's the presentation or demonstration of a less lethal or lethal tools by an officer directed at an intended person with an intent to cause a change in the person's behavior. And the goal of a show of force is to de-escalate a volatile situation, gain compliance of unwilling persons, and direct the movements or otherwise control of that person. So the staff memo details the policy violations that were identified, one of which was the use of a less lethal munition that was fired at an inanimate object, and the use of department vehicles to pin a subject's car that had not been trained and was not reasonable based on the circumstances. These are issues that are then addressed through coaching and counseling, but also incorporating it into our hands-on department training. So we've done also an analysis of the first quarter use of force incidents. There were 15 incidents in the first quarter. 11 originated from dispatch calls. 4 were self-initiated, such as DV protection order violation, where the officer actually recognized the involved parties as having a protection order, a felony warrant, and DUIs. And I'm just summarizing those 4. Here's the race, ethnicity of the subjects involved. 12 were white, 1 was black, 1 Hispanic, and 1 Asian Pacific Islander. And the show of force only safely resolved 6 of these incidents, and the remaining 9 involved 1 or more applications of force techniques. And injuries to subjects were observed or reported in 2 incidents, and no injuries observed or reported in the remaining 13. And all 14 use of force incidents were found to have been within policy during initial review. 1 was recommended for additional review, resulting in a finding within policy, but with recommendations of remedial training. And the deputy chiefs both agreed with these findings during that initial review. Just share that after talking with the use of force consultant, the department has separated the use of force from the show of force in the software program. So they're now 2 separate reports. We agree with this recommendation. And after conducting the analysis, we've seen the difference between those 2. Let's talk a little bit about the dashboard status. We signed a contract with Police Force Strategy for use of force analysis and dashboard development. A little bit different than the staff report is that they're actually going to be conducting 5 years of analysis and interactive use of force dashboard. And some examples, they've provided, done extensive work in both Spokane and King County. And I wanted to just give you an example of what King County's use of force dashboard looks like. These are just snippets from their website. You can go there, and all of this is interactive, and this is what's being built by Police Force Strategies. I just say ultimately that I'm confident that Kirkland officers are taking great care to avoid having to use force. They are utilizing de-escalation techniques. They are doing all of that to create time and distance between themselves and subjects who are uncooperative or even violent during an arrest or a contact with the police. And they utilize equipment such as ballistic shields. They're not into situations, but they're rather taking time to plan their encounter in these unknown situations. And then I know that was fast. Just take any questions. This is a very serious subject, and not enough time to give it due credit, but did want to provide an overview, answer any questions you might have.
Before I see any other questions, what is the timeline on this again, Sherry?
So we have signed the contract. We have sent, or in the process of sending all of that data. We did have to split out the use of force and the show of force from our system. I don't know for sure. I'll double check on that. I believe the contract speaks to some significant development within the next 90 days.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Chief Harris, for that really good presentation. I had just a couple of questions, maybe more comments, but I remember reading in the Right to Breathe Committee's report for Kirkland that they were asking for us to have targets to decrease the use of force when police were interacting with people with mental illness. And so I was looking out for that and didn't see that on the use of force dashboard. So I think that would be an important piece of information to add, even if it's 0, that would be good to know, right? I'm hoping that it is, but I think it's important for us to have that baseline so that we can track and make sure that that's not having an uptick, but that's going in the right direction. And then we heard at our last meeting public comment around having downloadable raw data from the police force as well. And I think that's would be really useful and really go towards our desire to be very transparent as well. And so I think this would apply to more than just use of force, but just police data in general. I know that Seattle and Portland and other cities do something similar. And I just doing a quick look on Seattle's website for it. They have, for example, like every 911 call from like the past 20 years or so, right? And every time a police officer has been dispatched, there's some sort of data there tracking that's publicly available. So I think that would be really useful information for us to provide. I love, having the really pretty polished dashboard that really presents data very visually. I think will really help a lot of folks in the public, but for folks who are looking for more detail and really want to take a deeper dive into those data, I think that's a great way of doing it without creating a ton more work of providing every possible piece of data in a really pretty visual format. So thank you.
Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Chief, for you and your team's work on this. I know it's wading through a lot of individual reports until we get some of these more automatically generated reporting systems in place. As we think about a dashboard of this, I'm interested in whether we can have some context around these use of force incidents and trying to figure out what's the universe that we should be thinking about to say, okay, yes, you had in that the 2019-2020 report 77 uses of force, but what is that as far as the number of incidents, and what should we be thinking about? Is that number of arrests? Is that number of calls for service? How would you? We had a presentation last meeting about calls with E-codes, maybe as potentially the universe. What do you see as the right metric to be able to put these in force? Because I know we get regular narratives from you on incidents where Kirkland police appropriately and successfully de-escalated situations. I'm trying to get a number on that.
Yeah, and I could just off the top of my head tell you that I don't off the top of my head have the 20 numbers, but we're about 48 to 49,000 calls for service every year. And I think you actually teed this up for me, Deputy Arnold, earlier. So let me grab that. And we're just over 200 arrests every year. Most of these are occurring during an arrest situation. Not all of them, but most of them.
Okay, great. And then secondly, not related to the dashboard, is the overall use of force reviews. And I appreciate that whole process and different feedback loops on that. But I'm also interested in kind of the less formal opportunities to look at this, where a use of force may have been within policy, but after reflection, there might have been some other options. Is there an opportunity for examination at that point, if not in a formal process?
Yes, and the process that I explained as the supervisors are reviewing this and that it's going through Lieutenant, that is part of that process. And that's the formal process. The informal process that's happening after these incidents are actually officers and that are working in squads debriefing incidents with their supervisors. Was there a situation in which they moved in too quickly? Was there a situation they should have moved quicker and they could have actually averted a use of force incident based on the indicators from the subject that they were dealing with? So both of those happen in both the formal and informal. And then all of that's incorporated into our hands-on training, where they're then, like I said, seeing situations where they're not prepared for a duty to intervene. And it's a senior defensive tactics instructor that's their partner, and they, out of the blue, they're caught with that situation. And I did find, I do want to correct for the record, the information on arrests. I said 200, that's 2,922 arrests in 2019 and 2020. And each of those years, we had about 48,000 and 49,000. So almost 100,000 incidents and almost 3,000 arrests for 77 times that an officer took something.
Great, thank you.
Okay, council, further discussion? Seeing none. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Black had his hand up, I believe.
He snuck it up there.
Sorry, last minute. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, City Manager. Chief Harris, could we get, I just want a quick update on the independent, the IFIT. I can't remember what the acronym stands for exactly. But in January, we received a report from you on IFIT KC, and then in the memo for last meeting, IFIT was close to being formed. I was just wondering if there's anything new.
So you had it. It was Independent Force Investigative Team.
Okay, thanks. For King County, right, KC?
Yes. It is the North King County team. All of the agencies, except for the State Patrol, have signed the interlocal agreement. I do expect that the Washington State Patrol will be signing it as well. There were just a couple nuances with their need to include information on not working for immigration, which we all agree with that statement. And so there may be an amendment coming back for that. We have 2 detectives that are already been approved by the Criminal Justice Training Academy to act as lead detectives. And the commander has been identified from the King County Sheriff's Office, an experienced supervisor of their criminal investigation division. One of the co-commanders is from the Bellevue Police Department, and then our own investigative detective lieutenant from Kirkland is the other co-commander. And so all of the personnel basically are being identified and their credentials vetted at this point. And then the process from each city is underway for the independent community non-law enforcement representatives. And putting together some training for that group as well. So there is also legislation that is passed to create statewide investigative team. Everything that I've read on that would not necessarily take away our responsibility for independent investigations. They may not necessarily be available every time that were to happen. And so we'll still be maintaining that investigative team going forward.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Seeing none. Thank you very much, Sherry. And that will take us on to the consent calendar. Before I have a motion, I'd like to ask Deputy Mayor Arnold to present an audit of the accounts.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We had payroll in the amount of $4,270,108.53 and bills in the amount of $5,973,942.54.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
Okay, it's moved by Councilmember Black.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Curtis to adopt the consent calendar. Discussion? Question is on the motion to accept or to move the consent calendar. Moved by Councilmember Black, seconded by Councilmember Curtis. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Okay, so that takes us to our business agenda. And the first item on the agenda is the art donation for Juanita Beach Park. City Manager.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So tonight we want to introduce you to the idea of accepting a donation of art and the recommendation of the staff, and then get any questions and direction from the council. So here to make that presentation is our Parks Deputy Director again, John Lloyd.
Back, John.
Hello, good evening again. Thank you for your time this evening. As City Manager Triplett mentioned, I'm here to present a proposed donation that we received for a piece of artwork to be located at Juanita Beach Park. We've got 9 slides to go through real briefly. Let me start the presentation. And I can pick which screen to share. I think that'll be best. It didn't work. Okay. Share the screen and then start the presentation. It's never as easy as it looks. And now, I have no idea what you're seeing at this point. All right. We'll get this figured out. I've done this a million times. Share screen 2.
I think you just now.
Okay, you're seeing the presentation though, not the presentation. Now you'll see the.
There you go.
Okay, so make sure you're seeing the right screen. I couldn't tell which one. Usually it highlights the screen, but it wasn't doing that. Anywho, so like I said, I've got 9 slides to go through to talk about this donation. I'll give you a little background on the request and the donor, as well as some of the discussions that have been had thus far about the donation. So these are a couple images of similar pieces of art by the artist, but I'm going to go into the background of the donor first. So we received a request from Miss Karen Lightfelt to make a donation for this piece of artwork last fall, the fall of 2020, while Park Board wasn't meeting. So we had to delay reviewing this donation until Park Board could meet, as well as the Kirkland Cultural Arts Commission, which has caused some delays throughout the whole process. And we were very grateful for her patience and understanding as we worked through some of those details. As you may be aware, Ms. Lightfelt was instrumental in getting the new playground at Juanita Beach installed as a part of the bathhouse renovation project. She was a part of the Friends of Juanita Beach Park group that initially began a fundraising effort to upgrade the playground. But their efforts and advocacy led to City Council ultimately funding the playground as a part of the project, which we are very grateful for, and I know she is as well. So like I said, these are some similar, these are some example pieces. The artwork that she's requested to donate is named The Glassinator. It is by Seattle artist Andrew Carson. Her desire to donate this piece of art, or her desire is to donate this piece of art and have it placed near the playground, because she really feels that the interactive piece and interactive visually, people aren't actually playing with this piece. The way it moves and spins in the wind, the glass and the light would be very engaging and captivating for kids as they play on the playground. The artist provided some specs when he joined the presentation to the Park Board and provided some specs and answered some questions on the durability of the piece. So a little bit of details about the design is it's a 10-foot tall pole with a 48-inch wide kind of canopy, I guess, if you will, or that's where the moving pieces would be, with an overall height of about 13.5 feet. It consists of stainless steel, glass, and some copper. He's very confident in the durability of these designs. He's got pieces installed. He's got pieces installed all around the country, including one piece here in Kirkland, or a very similar piece here in Kirkland at Caroline Point, which was a picture of which was included in your packet today. He says it needs very little maintenance. If anything, you'll clean it with soap and water, but generally that's not necessary, and that the rain will keep it clean. We would, however, enroll it in our maintenance program to ensure that it is cleaned regularly like the rest of our artwork. So I wanted to provide a little context of the proposed location, as well as how that ties into all the different elements of the park. When Ms. Lightfelt originally made her proposal, it was using some concept drawings. And then as the park went through its permitting process, things shifted and moved around. So some of the locations didn't exactly line up. The pathway, for example, moved. But this is a view from Google Maps during construction, which gives you a sense of where everything is located within the park and within the playground specifically. This circled area here that is with the arrow that says proposed donor location was Ms. Lightfield's original preferred location for the artwork. However, as you can see from the image here with all the other things in the area, this was a concern for a couple of reasons to staff and to park board. One of the main concerns being the nature of the artwork being made of glass. We were very worried that anything glass is subject to vandalism. We suffer broken backboards and broken windows. I won't say all the time, regularly enough to be concerned about broken glass, and specifically broken glass in the playground area where children are going to be playing. Secondly, this is one of the more congested areas of the park, just in terms of users visiting the restrooms, the lifeguard station, our concessionaire that operates our paddleboard and kayak rental operations is right there. And so we didn't feel like this was a good location for this type of artwork, in that it would potentially clog up the area or be somewhat in the way and take away from the general open space. Park Board and the Arts Commission both agreed with those concerns and felt like a different location would be better suited for the piece of artwork. And after speaking with Ms. Lightfeld, she proposed this location, which is slightly different, still visible from the playground. It's a very central location. I do have a few additional slides where I'll show you kind of it's not technically scaled, but it'll give you an idea of what it looks like. Ms. Lightfeld felt this location along the main promenade was acceptable to her, in that you could still see it from the playground. It was centrally located within the park. And although staff had a few other ideas for potential locations, we are agreeable to this location because if you place it right up next to the sidewalk, it's essentially becomes part of the sidewalk and doesn't take away any additional open space. And as I said earlier, it does allow it to be viewed from all areas of the park, and probably even more than if it was placed in the original proposed location. So this is a picture I took a couple weeks ago at the park. You can see on the right side of the screen the turf, the artificial turf cut out in the curb for the playground area, just to give you a context of how close this is. There's a bench also in that area. And so the agreed location that we've agreed upon as of now is in between these two benches along the promenade. And so then what I did is I zoomed in a little closer and I superimposed it. And again, this isn't quite to scale. The nature of the piece is a fairly transparent piece. So I don't think that this is taking away many of the views or would impact the park users too negatively, especially considering the height of the main mast of the structure is just a single pole. It would be pretty transparent to most folks, unless you want to look up a little bit at the piece of art. As highlighted in the staff report, staff and both Park Board and Kirkland Cultural Arts Commission are very grateful for the proposed donation. The kind of common theme throughout all the concerns were concerns about vandalism and breaking of the glass, but everyone was very, very liked the design, loved the piece of artwork, and are happy to accept the donation if you choose to do so. So I'll leave it at that. At this point, we've got a couple questions of you all. Do you have any concerns over the proposed location of the artwork? And do you wish to accept this piece of artwork for the Juanita Beach Park? Okay. I'll stop sharing. I can always go back if you want to relook at any of those pictures.
Great, thank you, John. So, anybody want to begin a conversation about this? Okay, Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was trying to type my name in, but this was faster. I'd like to make a motion to approve resolution, where is it? 5479, accepting the donation of the artwork entitled The Glass Eater from Kirkland resident Karen Lightfeld to be placed at Juanita Beach Park.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilmember Curtis, seconded by Councilmember Pascal to approve Resolution R5479. Discussion?
I do have one question, John. Thank you for the presentation. Well, it's two questions. Do we know the value of the sculpture and what will it cost us to install for the installation?
I don't know the value of this specific sculpture. To do the installation, outside of staff time, materials, no more than $500 is what Jason said. It's some concrete and some rebar in the footing.
Great, thank you.
Any further discussion? Okay, it's been moved by Councilmember Curtis, seconded by
Councilmember Pascal has a question.
Sorry, I wasn't quick enough.
No, you weren't.
I just wanted, real quick, to thank Karen Leitfeld for a generous donation. I know she's been working on this a while, and just thank her for her patience and working through the process. I know it's not always easy, and we do have a process in place for a reason, but it's not always easy.
Thank you for that. Okay, so it's been moved by Councilmember Curtis, seconded by Councilmember Pascal to approve Resolution R5479, accepting the donation of the artwork entitled The Glassinator from Kirkland resident Karen Lightfeld to be placed at Juanita Beach Park. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Motion carries unanimous. Or any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, John. Okay, now this takes us to item B, the park impact fee policy discussion. City Manager.
So just a time check. This might be a bit of a discussion, so just want to see if council wants to do their break now, or do you want to take this topic first and then?
I think we should take it first, and maybe that'll hurry along our decision making.
Great. Okay, so as you know, this is the second part of our three-part discussion of impact fees. The last council meeting, council approved fire impact fees. Tonight we're going to be talking about park impact fees, and in the future we'll be talking about the transportation impact fees. So here to lead you through this conversation, once again, is our Deputy City Manager of Operations, Tracy Dunlap.
Good evening. Just trying to get my screen ready to share. Must be gremlins tonight. I had it all set up too. Let's see if that's the right one. Can you see? Oop.
Not yet. There we go.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Thank you. So as the city manager said, this is part 2 of our return with the impact fees. I have about 12 slides. And you saw this information last in April at the study session. And so we have brought back some additional information that you requested at that point in time. And then I'll just walk through the staff recommendation and then have time at the end for your deliberations. All right, so just as a reminder, the basis of the park impact fees is based on the replacement value of the whole park system. So that includes both the land values and the improvements in current costs. So it represents the investment that's been made in the current system, and then that investment is spread on a per capita basis to then create fees for single family based on the average people per household, and the multifamily charge based on that average number of people in the household. And so the current impact fees as they're in place today are only collected from those categories. They're not collected from any non-residential development. There's a large calculated increase, basically the maximum amount that the city could charge. And that's due to 2 primary factors. One is the substantial increase in property values since the prior study was done in 2015, with the assessed value of the property increasing by over 80% in that 5-year period. But at the same time, we've grown the park CIP, which allows a larger number of impact fee eligible projects, which helps us take advantage of that average investment because we're continuing to make a high level investment in the park system. So the study results basically just compare the study that was done in 2015, which is the first column, to the current fees, which have been escalated with inflation since they were put in place January 1st of 2016. And then the current study, which is the maximum amount that we could charge based on the investment in the system if we kept the same structure. So we only collect from single family and multifamily. And as you can see, a very large increase. Or the alternative that we'll talk about in some detail, which is what the current result would be if we added a non-residential fee component. And what you'll notice when you just look at those two numbers side by side is when we add a non-residential component, the fees in the other categories go down. And that's because in total, we're recovering the same investment with or without residential. We're just spreading it differently. So that's the main difference when you add non-residential fees. So there are three main policy questions associated with the park impact fees. And the first one is, should the park impact fee be increased? And if so, to what level? Because it is a very large increase that we could do based on the maximum calculation from where we are today. And so the table that you see on this slide shows what the increase would be if we kept the same structure. So we didn't charge non-residential, the calculated amounts for single family and multifamily, and then the staff recommendation. And the staff recommendation is to increase the current charges by the amount that the assessed value has gone up over time. And we'll look at a couple of comparisons in a few slides that will give you some sense of why we selected that. And for all of the impact fees, what we're recommending is that they be updated thoroughly after the update to the comp plan, because you'll have a new Parks, Recreation, and Open Space plan, a new transportation plan, and new growth targets. And so there will be an update in essentially 2 or 3 years, and that will also change the number, and it will give you a sense of what impacts fees will look like as you're moving toward a later growth target, because we're looking at the 2035 targets. And so if you were to increase the current amount by that assessed value increase, you would raise the charge to $7,600 for single family and just under $5,800 for multifamily from the current levels. Or if you were to add a non-residential component, which we'll talk about in more detail in a few slides, and you put an 80% increase from the current charge, it would essentially raise the charge from $7,000, just under $7,200 to $5,400 for multifamily. So you would you'd be significantly higher than what we're charging today, but you'd be a little less than half of what we could theoretically charge based on the investment in the system. And so just to give you a sense, this table compares the single family and multifamily charges of our neighbors to the calculated maximum from the study and the staff recommendation. And as you can see, the staff recommendation would put our charges second only to Issaquah in the regional comparison. And while that doesn't mean that we couldn't charge the calculated maximum amount, I think that there would be substantial pushback from the development community. And I don't know that the city necessarily is looking to position itself as being the highest in the region, but that is a policy choice, and it's a policy choice that's before you. And so you could pick any number from where we are today to that maximum amount, and it's really a question of a multitude of factors, basically the developments that are in play at this point, how we compare to our neighbors, all of those, and what the needs are of the system are all things that are kind of in balance in selecting where you want to be as it relates to that maximum. So I'll recap I thought I'd run through the slides with the policy questions, and then I have a recap at the end. So you can discuss them in any order. Unless you have any questions at this point, I'll move to the second one.
I see none.
Okay. The second policy question is, when should the increases be effective? And basically, there are two sub-questions. One is, what date do you want them to go into effect? So they could go into effect, probably it would be July 1st, because we'd have to bring back an ordinance in June for you to act on. Or you could put them in effect January 1st of 2022. And then whether you want to make the change effective all at once, or whether you want to phase it in over time. And so the staff recommendation is to phase it in over 3 years. Again, recognizing you'll do another update 3 years from now, and that helps the planning for developments that are in process to absorb the increase, so there's not sort of a shock. But it is certainly a valid policy choice to put the new fee in place and leave it there, and it will increase with inflation each year if that's the choice. But it would represent a large increase per unit for developments that are already sort of in the planning stages. So this is intended to help balance the impacts as the fee goes up. And the last policy question is should we start charging non-residential a park impact fee? And the staff recommendation is to add a component phased in a similar manner as the recommendation for single family and multifamily. And one of the reasons to do it at this point is we really are looking at potentially significantly more commercial and mixed use growth in the city, depending on the outcome of the station area plan, what's actually happening at Totem Lake at this point, and then the potential discussion of the downtown urban center. And a lot of what's drawing this growth here is the park system. And the employees use the park system, and it's factored in that they're not here all the time as residents are, but they do have an impact on the system, and it is an amenity to those developments. And so the rationale, if you add it, is that they should pay a share toward the system because their employees are using the system. And so if you were to add a non-residential component, it would be collected on a per square foot basis. And this is based on employee averages by business type or business classification. And so you see the variation there because some of these are very large structures that don't have a lot of employees. Some of them are not necessarily large structures, but they have a lot of employees. And again, employees are converted to sort of an equivalent population measure based on when they might be using the system. And so these are all based off a lot of detailed information that was in the report that was attached to the staff memo. And so if you were to phase them in, you would be phasing those fees in, we'd be adding them in the first year because they're zero today, but we would phase them in that same pattern that we're suggesting we might do for single family and multifamily. So one of the things that the council asked for as a result of our April 6th discussion was some comparisons of what this would mean to different types of non-residential development, because it's hard to put those dollar per square foot numbers into context. And so we picked one large mixed-use office and retail building or complex, essentially. So you can see they're a pretty large development, 266,000 square feet of office, 12,000 square feet of shopping, and a movie theater with 8 screens. And so if you were to phase in the fee over 3 years, a development of that scale, which was not paying any park impact fee under the current structure, if it occurred in the first year, it would pay just about $250,000 in impact fees. If it was built in the second year, it would pay about $300,000. If it was built in the third year, it would pay just under $350,000. And so those just for clarity, those numbers aren't additive. They're basically just an illustration that if a development like this occurred in one of those phase-in years, it would pay less if it occurred in the first year or more when it occurred in the last year. And similarly, we picked a mixed-use example that's residential and commercial, residential and non-residential. So this particular example is 171 dwelling units and then just under 20,000 square feet of supermarket space. And so the dwelling units would have paid the current park impact fee, and now they'd pay the revised impact fee. So there's an increase there from a current fee of $575,000 roughly to somewhere between $700,000 and $900,000 just on the residential component. And then an additive piece for the supermarket, which is not as large, but again, for a development like this, its fee would be going from $576,000 to somewhere between $700,000 and $900,000. So again, these developments would be valued, but that would be, in this case, an incremental increase of something between $125,000 and $375,000 to the project itself. And so there's a myriad of examples we could give, but those are actually good size developments that are occurring and based on sort of actual examples, just to give a sense of what the impact would be. So my last slide is just kind of a summary of the 3 items that we're looking for policy direction on. So one is, what's the amount we should target? We have a maximum, and then we have the staff recommendation, and it could be a number in between. Whether you want to put it in place all at once and on what date, or whether you want to phase it in over 3 years, which is the staff recommendation, and then whether to add a non-residential component, which again is what staff is recommending, but it's not done in all jurisdictions. It's become a little bit more common, but it's not something that we're compelled to do. It's really a weighing of equity and impact issues related to what's happening with development. And so once you give direction on those 3 items, we would then calculate a recommended fee schedule based on that direction and bring you back a draft ordinance for adoption. Probably, now that I think about it, I was saying July 1st on that slide, probably at one of the July meetings. So it probably wouldn't be effective July 1st. It would probably be effective August 1st, or you could make it effective in January or sometime in between. Again, there's no magic to the date. We just need time for you to act on the ordinance and for it to be effective. So that's the end of my formal presentation.
Can I ask one quick question, Tracy?
Sure.
Do we have any data from other cities that charge commercial fees?
We do. I don't have that on a slide, but we could certainly put that together.
Just interested in what cities do.
I actually think I have that. Let me just, the nice thing about being at my desk, what I have handy is from the 2015 study, but at that time, which continues to be the case, Issaquah, Redmond, and Edmonds had non-residential fees. So, but I can go and update that and confirm for the comparisons that we're using if any others have added it since 2015.
That's helpful, though. Thank you. Okay, council, discussion. Who wants to kick this off? Or maybe we just shouldn't talk about it.
Say yes.
Oh, thank you. Councilmember Nixon.
So I'll just say again, I've never been particularly comfortable with impact fees. I've always felt like these are things that should be paid for over time. With the property taxes that the new development pays, those kind of things, because the more we add to the price of housing, the harder it is for people to buy a home. And so, I'm certainly not comfortable with the degree of increase that we're talking about. I don't know that phasing would make a huge amount of difference. I wish there was a way to scale it based on the value of the housing in some fashion, but I know the state law doesn't allow that. And I still am not comfortable with non-residential because except for very particular types of commercial uses, I don't see those uses attracting that many people into using our parks. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think we're all going to come at this a little bit differently, but I've always been for the last 20 years big supporter of impact fee programs. I mean, I've seen how they help move projects forward, infrastructure, leverage other monies, other grants to actually bring in additional revenue to complete projects. And in many communities, without impact fees, you just wouldn't see those type of investments. And parks and open spaces, I think, are really critical to maintain our livable city. And especially as we grow and attract more people and more dense development where, people are going to need to get outside, enjoy the natural environment, find ways to recreate and stay active. That this is really important that we provide that opportunity and continue in investing in our parks. And because as we grow, our parks today aren't going to be able to support our future just by themselves. We're going to continue to need to modify and address active facilities and provide more open space. Plus, we just have a ton of backlog needs in the park program, and we're always going to be needing additional funding beyond impact fees. So that's why I support it. I support staff's recommendation on the impact fee amount. I think it's reasonable. I think it's logical in that it attaches the rate to what the assessed value has gone up by. The phasing makes sense to me. I do think you want to phase it. I haven't come around with the non-residential yet. And the reason for that is that we put a lot on the back of businesses, but I think Tracy said it earlier, is that not many other agencies charge for commercial park impact fees. And so we're kind of in this competitive nature, and I think we do want to attract jobs. And I think I'm not so concerned about these large developments. I'm more concerned about the small businesses that come in and have to pay the fees, and it can actually prevent them from locating here. And so that's why I'm just haven't come around with the non-residential portion of it. So that's where I'm at on everything.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Curtis.
Well, I agree with Councilmember Pascal in that this is a way to fund our park system, and our park system is beautiful, loved, well cared for, and overtaxed. We need more open space and more parks. So I support the staff recommendations, and thank you, Tracy, for that presentation, because you know, when we talked about this in April, I was like, charge them $16,000 and do it tomorrow. So this is more reasonable, and so I agree with the phased-in approach. I agree with the staff recommendation on the amount. I would suggest that we do it January 1st, 2022, rather than July. I disagree with Councilmember Pascal on the commercial fee. I think that we should charge it. We do have a lot of, large businesses with a lot of workers who are using our park system and impacting our park system, so they should pay their fair share. It's funny because when we talk about commercial, I think of business workers, not theaters. So my question is, can we divide that commercial impact? You know, what commercial entities are we charging rather than all commercial entities? Because particularly I'm thinking the commercial entities that bring workers into our city that end up using our park systems. If I'm going to a theater, I'm not impacting the park system. So I have a question around that. I also would like to suggest, I agree with the concern about affordable housing. We do know that ADUs have a carve out, a waiver. I would like to suggest that the legislative work group bring this up in the fall to talk about whether we want to lobby our legislators to also do other carve outs for types of affordable housing, so that we're not putting a burden that's going to prevent that housing from being built. But I support the staff recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I support the position that Councilmember Pascal has outlined. Impact fees are an important part of growth paying for growth, and I support the staff recommendation of linking the increase in impact fees to the growth and the assessed value. I think that nexus makes sense, especially in a world where most of the value out of parks and open space is setting aside this land that doesn't get developed. So we're linking that increase to the increase in land value. So I think that's a good nexus. I support phasing, and I also agree with Councilmember Pascal that in not charging impact fees for commercial development, if we had more control to be able to focus on the office workers that use this versus the fractional amount in all employees, it might be different. Or if it made a significant difference in lowering the impact fees on residential development, it's not significant. Unfortunately, given that, I might change my mind, but given those two things, I would keep it simply residential. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I agree with a lot of what has been said by Councilmember Pascal and Curtis and Deputy Mayor Arnold. I wanted to weigh in on a couple things where we do have some slight differences. I also, I am particularly concerned about the impact on the price of housing, but I also know that there's not a lot of evidence that impact fees of this amount affect either the price of housing to consumers, almost none, probably none, and have little to no impact on the availability of financing either. And so that's been true for at least 3 decades in our market. So I'm worried about it on the affordable housing side, and that's why I like the idea that Councilmember Curtis mentioned about finding some strategies to ensure that it doesn't have an unintended consequence for affordable housing. On the issues that we have a little bit of disagreement on, I would support Councilmember Curtis's approach, which is just implementing the staff's recommended amounts, giving the market a little bit of time till January 1 to make adjustments. And on the commercial element, I guess I'm with Deputy Mayor Arnold on this one. If there was a really disciplined way of distinguishing commercial entities that had those office workers that we know are, some percentage are going to be utilized in our park versus, a retail establishment where it's I feel it's much less likely that retail workers are going to be using our parks. If there was a disciplined way of doing that legislatively by the city, I would be open to the idea of the commercial. But without that, I don't want to put words in Deputy Mayor Arnold's mouth, but I think I'm with him on not doing it. And like he said, it just does not have an appreciable impact on the overall fees for the residential. So that's where I'm at.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't have a lot to add, but since there's some lack of agreement, I thought I'd just, in case staff is tallying where council is, I thought I'd give my thoughts. I agree with Councilmember Curtis that I'm fine with waiting until January. There's part of me that wants to do it sooner because I think there's just so much need, that let's collect this additional funds so that we can, but I don't think it'll make much of a difference. And I think there's value in just giving developers and folks in the community some lead time on that. I also, I went into this tonight thinking I'm totally fine with everything staff recommended. I don't really have a strong thoughts on it, but I do really think the points that Councilmember Pascal and Arnold and Black as well raised about the impact on small businesses does concern me that, for some of our larger employers, it probably won't really matter, especially since it's such a small amount of money relative to the development. But for small businesses, that does concern me. So I lean more towards just keeping it residential as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And just to add to everybody's comments, I've spun around this one a whole lot. I am not generally a proponent of impact fees. At the same time, we hear over and over and over about the desperate need that we will have as we continue to grow for more open space, for more parks. I know there's not a lot of land out there, but we have to do everything we can to assure that our park system grows in parallel with how the rest of us are growing. I support the staff recommendation in terms of phasing. I didn't initially because I held that first belief pretty strongly, but I think it will be easier on the community to do it that way. I am concerned about the commercial as I look at it. I looked at a restaurant and the impact that could have on a square foot or cost per square foot to rent property. And that's very concerning to me as so many small businesses are just sort of poking their heads out of the sand and just trying to set up a new small business now. So I would agree with the group that to stay away from there. I think that's it. City Manager, do you have what you need?
I think we do. Yes, we have a good tally. So we will return with some draft ordinances for council review.
Okay, with that then, I think, is it time now, council, to take a 15-minute break? And the time right now is 8:38, so that'll take us to 8:43. No, somebody add 15 to 38.
9:53. It's 9:38, 9:53.
All right, thanks very much. We'll see you all at 9:53.
Mayor, we're live.
Excellent. Welcome back, everybody. I think I just want to remind
Recording in progress.
that Councilmember Nixon is 2 hours ahead of us. So I think we should do what we can to get through the next 3 business items expeditiously. So, City Manager, you want to start the discussion? Of
Certainly, and they're all fairly brief presentations, so.
Excellent. Okay, let's go.
All right, so this topic is discuss potential relocation of the historic Snyder Moody House, and to give you the presentation is our Planning and Building Director, Adam Weinstein, and also Chris Dodd, our Facilities Manager, is here in case you have questions about some of the estimates.
Great. Welcome, Adam and Chris.
Hey, good evening, Mayor Sweet, Deputy Mayor Arnold, and council members. Yeah, I have a very brief presentation. It'll be as quick as a Texas tornado or a Kansas tornado. It's about 8 slides, and you can feel free to interrupt me, or I can take questions at the end too. So the topic tonight is just the relocation of the Snyder Moody House, which was built around 1890 in what is now the West Market neighborhood. This started with the receipt in our department of a application for demolition of the house last fall. It went through our environmental review process, and it was determined to be a historic resource. So we're looking just for guidance from you on any interest that you have in relocating the building. So it's good just to touch base with the history of the building and how it relates to the history of Kirkland. This house dates from sort of, the golden age of chocolate in Kirkland. It was the era of the Pittsburgh of the West, the 1890s. Peter Kirk had these grand plans to establish an integrated iron and steel mill out of Rose Hill. This particular house was built as a collection of houses for upper level management for the steel mill. You all know what happened with the Panic of 1893. The steel mill wasn't fully built. It's now occupied by Costco. The Snyders bought the house in 1905. Andrew Jackson Snyder and his wife, Jenny Mae Snyder. Jenny Mae Snyder was actually Kirkland's first letter carrier. And then a renovation happened while the Snyders were still living in the house in 1917. And then there was a more extensive renovation that happened when the Moody's acquired the house in 1974. The key takeaways here really are that none of these renovations changed the historic integrity of the structure significantly. The 1917 renovations really date from the historical period. The 1974 renovations were done with a lot of sensitivity to the historic architecture. There's support in our community character element for preserving historic resources. So as I mentioned in the staff report, this building is designated as a community landmark in the comprehensive plan for its association with the Kirkland Land and Improvement Company, which was really Peter Kirk's spin-off real estate company. And the community, as you know, the community character element has policies that promote things like retaining historic structures and moving historic buildings to a place that has a similar sort of landscape context or built environment context as its original location. So at the end of April, we published a bid request for relocating the building. We identified 2 locations. The first is the southeast corner of the City Hall property. Second is somewhere in Heritage Park in close proximity to vehicle access. We also asked for the bids to include pricing for a stop of the building at an interim location, the Lakeside Christian Church, before being located to either the Heritage Park site or the City Hall site. We had also, one thing I want to mention too is that we had explored other sites in the city for a relocation of the structure. We looked at Juanita Bay Park, the south end of the park, near the existing parking area, and then the very far northern part of Juanita Beach Park, which has an existing historic building. But in conversations with home movers, Market Street was determined to be a pretty significant barrier and challenge for moving historic buildings with its median and tree-lined trees adjacent to the street and utility lines. It would be extraordinarily expensive to move the building to either of those Juanita locations. So that really made us sort of center on these two locations, Heritage and the City Hall site. This is just a sort of a summary of the potential costs for relocating the structure. So in May, we received 2 bids from house relocation companies, Kings and Nickel Brothers. They're both local firms. The bids are really different, as you probably saw in the staff report. So I just wanted to call that out because it probably indicates that there is significant uncertainty regarding the cost of relocation. So things that are variables in terms of pricing are things like how much it'll cost to prune trees to allow the building to be transported, how much it might cost to relocate, disconnect utility lines, how much the traffic management plan might cost. So that might be one of the reasons for the discrepancy between the 2 bids. But that is something that concerned us a bit when we got the bids. Chris Dodd in facilities developed cost estimates for rehabilitating the building, taking into account a variety of uses. So we thought about affordable housing conversion. We thought about creating event space, new space for City Hall employees, nonprofit office spaces. And so Chris Dodd used sort of generic cost metrics to come up with a redevelopment cost for the building. And so assuming relocation to the City Hall site, and all the renovation costs, we're probably looking at something like a total project cost of over $1.3 million. And then as noted in the staff report, this is the last slide, relocation of historic buildings is somewhat of a tradition in Kirkland. If you think back to Heritage Hall, if you think back to the True Blood House, we've had some success in relocating buildings. That's one of the ways that we've tried to reconcile having a lot of growth in the city and then also trying to preserve the past. But as I said, as we talked about in the previous slide, this is a very, very expensive endeavor, and it's especially expensive when you think about escalating construction costs. So we're looking for some feedback from council. Obviously, this isn't an easy question, and I'm happy to take questions. I know Chris is as well, if you have any questions about the slides. And I'll stop sharing unless you want to see any slides again.
Okay, super. So first up is Council Member Nixon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, first I want to acknowledge that clearly there are a number of people in Kirkland for whom historic preservation is a priority. And I think it would be great if a private owner or entity wanted to relocate and restore this house. But my feeling is, to keep it short, I don't believe that this is the highest and best use of the space either in Heritage Park or on the lot on the southeast corner of the City Hall site. And I don't think it's the highest and best use of this much money. If we are going to spend this much money, I would much rather use it to create a new 6 to 9 unit building on the City Hall site for workforce housing, which may not cost a whole lot more than what we're talking about for relocation and rebuilding of this house. So that would be my preference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a feeling I'm going to be the outlier on this one, but to me, this suggested project checks a number of boxes. It preserves history. It's good stewardship. If we save this house, it's not going to a landfill somewhere. We're recycling this home. We're talking about repurposing city land that's vacant right now, and we could potentially provide affordable housing. So I think it's worthwhile. Oh, and in the location is interesting because it's close to the Kirkland Women's Club. So we have another historical home close by there. I hear what Councilmember Nixon is saying about could we build affordable housing. I don't think we could build a 6 to 9 unit affordable housing building close to $1.5 million. I would suspect it would be 3 or 4 million. Also, this is a bird in the hand situation that we could move somewhat quickly and get this installed and in place by 2022. If we were to build a 6 to 9 unit, we're talking, 5 years out. So I do think that there's potential in this and to providing affordable housing. I agree that it shouldn't go in Heritage Park. It should go to City Hall. Also, if affordable housing isn't the right use for it, we could look at it for, is there a need for facility rentals? I don't know, honestly. And or a Kirkland Teen Union building. So I'm not ready to say no on this.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I support where Councilmember Nixon is on this. I just feel like there is a better way we can use this money. I understand the opportunity, the bird in the hand. I'm just concerned that this house, even once we renovate it, it's still not going to be a structure that's great to maintain over time. The life cycle costs could be fairly high, energy costs, other things. It's just not going to be as conducive for long-term maintenance and operations of affordable units. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councilmember Black.
I'll just, where I'm at is similar to Councilmember Pascal and Councilmember Nixon. And part of it is the house doesn't have the historical integrity, as mentioned in the memo, doesn't have the historical integrity that I would be looking for to spend these kind of dollars. And ultimately, at the end of the day, I just think there's too much risk associated with the cost of the actual project and risk associated with the value of the project when completed to the residents. And because of those risks, I just can't quite get there with respect to this outlay of the taxpayers' dollars. So that's where I'm at. Thanks.
Yes, sir. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. When looked at this $1.3 million in historic preservation, I looked to say, could we do this supporting another priority like affordable housing? Even if we could convert this to a duplex or a triplex, we're talking about $450,000 to $650,000 per unit for this cost. I asked Kurt what are comparables for Arch. They didn't have a big breakdown, but the last project they closed on was on the was roughly $366,000 per unit, and so it's just hard to justify the preservation. I do appreciate the due diligence of staff in bringing this to our attention, but can't justify the investment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Curtis, I do think it'd be really cool to preserve this building, right? But I do agree with my fellow council members that I don't know that this is the best use of public funds. If this building had incredible historical significance, I would expect there to be like a public outcry to preserve it, and maybe partnering with folks in the community to be able to do that, and us doing a part but not taking the lead in it. So for those reasons, I agree with my fellow council members.
Thank you. Councilmember Black, did you want to speak again?
If you don't mind, Madam Mayor, I know you'll probably wrap up our discussion. I just got one more idea I forgot to share, and that was, if there is some element of the home that is particularly unique, some really unique woodwork, I guess maybe I'm gonna give Chris Dodd a homework project. If there was something there that was just really unique to this era that could be repurposed in another Kirkland, City of Kirkland facility, and with it attached perhaps a plaque encapsulating the history, I would be open to that. Obviously, again, if it was a reasonable cost and if it actually made sense. But I'll just throw that out there for maybe Chris and the rest of the staff to consider.
Thank you. And just wrapping up, I'm going to have to concur with most folks. 3 years ago, I moved out of a 100-year-old home. My carbon footprint was massive. I moved into a nice little efficient house, and things are much better now. And we did enlist a service to recover the artistic elements of the house when the house is finally demolished. That was written into our sale agreement. So there are ways to approach this that I think would work. So I think with that, City Manager, I believe you have what you need.
I do. Thank you.
Yeah. And Chris, Adam, thank you for the work. It was a cool idea. But if we have $1.3 million, I think we want to attach it to a real project that will bring some real housing.
Yeah, thanks for the feedback.
Super. That takes us to item number D, the 132nd Square Park development project. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So we put this project out to bid, and the bids came in higher than our engineer's estimate in our current budget. So we wanted to, normally we would put something like this on consent, but we wanted to talk through with the council the potential increase, how to fund it, and then also some suggestions for some additions anyway, because we think there's some projects you might be interested in. So we're going to walk you through all that and answer questions, and we're looking for direction on awarding the contract. So.
Okay, I just going to comment. I know that we all read this thoroughly. So pointing at, if we could just focus on the areas where we need decision making, it would be helpful.
So I think the main questions we received were people wanting to know what we didn't recommend and getting more information on those to see if they wanted to add it. There does seem to be a willingness to proceed with the staff recommendation as a base and possibly add to that. So.
Correct.
So Julie, I'm not sure who's giving the presentation, but maybe they can. Is it Mary?
Good evening, Council. Brian and Mary, if you both could just focus, the council has read the memo. If you wouldn't mind, you have recommended some of the alternative bid items, and then you've also, also recommended not funding certain alternative items. So maybe if you can run through those items for the council with the pros and cons, that'd be great, just to speed this up.
Great, thanks, Brian and Mary.
Sure, thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and City Council. I think with that direction, I think I'm going to turn it right over to Brian.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council, and City Manager. We'll skip right to the point. We'll leave the base bid of my items out, as we've already discussed those in the memo. This is the park alternates, and they're kind of color coded. Can you see my mouse?
Yes, we can.
Around the screen. Excellent. So the pavilions, there's two pavilions that are located right here and right here. And essentially what we are hoping to do with these pavilions is pros and cons. If we're able to use these pavilions and you would like to move forward with them, we will have more picnic options available. Additionally, we could install the pavilions during construction, so that would reduce the amount of rework that we would have to do. It'd be a great neighborhood amenity, better shelter when kids are playing, and we actually received a pretty favorable price to install these things. Kind of the only cons related to this would be, you're utilizing more open space that kids could play, and if we had to do it later, you would cause rework. Next, there's the dugouts. Essentially, there's 4 dugouts. They're around the outside of the field right here in red, and they will provide shelter for the youths not actively playing. And as you know, we're planning on having expanded play out in the field, and that would help shelter the kids when they're not actively playing. It would also be hard to install at a later date if we wanted to do that. Another alternate, as you see there, is an automated gate. It's over here by the entranceway. It would allow staff to basically close the park late at night without having somebody present. And it'd be easier to install while we're trenching the water line kind of through the parking lot area. Right through here. There is a replacement softball and baseball existing field fencing, which is this yellow area right here. Essentially, it would just be keeping the life cycle cost of fencing all the same with the rest of the park items. Kind of the cons associated with that is it's currently working okay, and we could replace it at any time. One of the other things is the labyrinth. And so the labyrinth is this green area right here, this green circle. And it's complementary to the reflexology area as a pro. It also promotes health and wellness and passive activity. The con is it could be installed anytime. And it's, $43,000 is expensive for a pavilion. Or not pavilion, a labyrinth. As for the concrete plaza and pass, the concrete plaza is this yellow area, right here. And then the concrete pass are this blue area right here. And essentially concrete lasts a lot longer than asphalt. And as asphalt kind of degrades, you'll see the little pock marks show up over time, where concrete doesn't do that. And where that would be a challenge is the kids riding around on razor scooters or rollerblades or anything like that. You can pressure wash it easier. But essentially it's more expensive, and both the asphalt and the concrete would work fine for the park amenities if that was what you're interested in. I will show you a brief, just to pop through the slides, I'll show you a brief look of what these things look like so you have a good idea, because they're not actually in the presentation. These are the two new picnic shelters. They're metal roofs. There's exposed beams underneath them. This is an example of the 4 dugout covers. As you see, they're pretty nice structures with metal posts that bolt to the slab, and they'll have a metal roof over the top of them. This is an example of the automated gate that is specified, the 20-foot automated gate. And this is an example of the pavers in the labyrinth. And so what's called out in the spec is actually this red color right here. And you'll see in this area that's the pattern of the labyrinth in pavers. Other than that, you have multiple options. You can kind of pick as you choose based on whatever item you would like. Staff is recommending at this time that council would consider to add the 2 new pavilions and the 4 dugout covers with the base bid and award the bid to the contractor. You have another option of doing whatever you would like. You can select whatever items you'd like off of here. And the third option would be reject bids and re-advertise the project in the fall. Is there any questions or anything you'd like me to go over?
Okay, council. I have a question for you, Brian. Did we answer Ms. Palmer's question with regard to the tree?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. We are reaching out to her to kind of understand where her concern is. We looked through the plans in both sections as well as the arborist report, and I was not able to locate the tree she was talking about. So I'm going to contact her, see if I can meet her out there, and we can go over which tree she specifically is interested in. I believe that where she's talking about, it's not considered a significant tree, so it didn't necessarily show up on our plans. And if that's the case, then it would be fine to leave that. So I want to get a little bit more information about that, as well as the rock location and going from there. And so I'll schedule a meeting with her too soon here to sort that out. And then as another side note, I wanted to mention one of her concerns was recreational space for the neighbors. I've been talking with the contractor about trying to reduce their overall footprint to see if we can still get some passive recreation going on during construction while still maintaining the safety of keeping everybody out of the construction areas. And that's going to be a little balancing act, and we're gonna work through it with them and try and come up with a good plan.
Excellent. Thank you, Brian. Council, further discussion? Councilmember Nixon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I want to start with a question, and that's about this labyrinth. Mary or Brian, do we know what the community feedback was during the master planning process about how many people actually used the existing labyrinth, and was it considered to be an important amenity?
Well, what we did is we're relocating the reflexology area, and we're putting that in that lower portion where we're proposing to install that labyrinth. The labyrinth and that relocation was all part of the general plan. We didn't necessarily go item by item seeking feedback on each individual item, but there was never any outcry necessarily that we were off base with that. It's just a nice passive element that complements the reflexology area.
Councilmember Nixon, I heard a few people show interest in the labyrinth, but it wasn't quite the same amount of support as it was for the play hill that you all probably recall.
So if we can go back to the list, option 2 slide.
Is this one the one you're referring to?
This will be okay. There was another one that had all of these things listed along with the total price tag. Next slide. That one. Yeah, I think it's a good one to be looking at as we talk through these. So I'll just say, for purposes of the council poll, that I support the 2 new picnic shelters and dugout covers. I'm skeptical of the automated gate. I think that it's generally better to go out and make sure that there's nobody trapped in the park before the gate's locked. And a little concerned that if you just close it remotely, then there's going to be people who either damage the gate or try to drive around it through the grass. I'd like to understand the issues there. I would defer replacing the baseball field fencing, and I would defer the labyrinth, but I would do the concrete plaza and pads for the longer life. Those are my opinions.
Councilmember Nixon, do you want to put that in the form of a motion?
I could. So I'm trying to remember, do we have a resolution or something on this? Or is it just a motion?
It's approving the award of a construction contract for the 132nd Square Park Development Project to Allied Construction Associates.
So I'll move what you just read, Madam Mayor, and add to it that we also include the alternates as follows: the 2 new picnic shelters, the 4 dugout covers, the concrete plaza, and the concrete paths.
Second.
Okay, so it's been moved by Councilmember Nixon, seconded by Councilmember Falcone, to approve the award of a construction contract for the 132nd Square Park Development Project to Allied Construction Association in an undetermined amount, including, the 2 new picnic shelters, 4 dugout covers, concrete plaza, and concrete paths. Is that correct? Okay, discussion. Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So the only question, I can support this motion. The question I have, though, is do we have any estimate on the additional cost of the concrete for the plaza and the paths? I don't think I've seen that. Is it in here? Okay.
It's there.
Yep. So, yeah, so 130, what is that, 137,000? 138,000?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for that. Sorry I missed that in the slide. And then after we take a vote, Madam Mayor, I do have maybe I'll make this a question, even though it's not perfectly germane to the motion. Brian, I am curious on the dugouts. Does the bid include gates to the entrance between the dugout and the field?
That is part of the base bid, as well as some benches as well.
Okay. I would love to see, this is again tangential, but I'd love to see that become the city standard for ballparks, softball fields, and baseball fields, if there's an actual gate to keep kids safely off the field during the play while in the dugout. And we don't have very many of those in the city. So, Madam Mayor, back to you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just had 2 quick questions. One of them actually piggybacks off of Councilmember Black's question. He just asked about dugouts. I had a resident recently ask me if this park is going to include in the dugouts, this is minor, but hooks for equipment bags. That's something that they've seen in facilities in nearby cities that they've asked for, that when they've played in those nearby cities, they said it's been really handy. So I wasn't sure if that's current design best practice for dugouts or not. I don't remember in previous discussions on this park design whether that was part of it, but wanted to at least throw that out there. I don't think that would have huge cost implications. It doesn't seem like it would, but I really don't know. So I'm wondering if that's been discussed, or if not, can we find out if that's something that's a minor addition, if we can just move ahead with that. And then the other question I had, you mentioned that the fence around the other fields, you said it was currently working okay, but I'm wondering what that means. Like, how close to the end of its life cycle do you think it is? And is it, obviously we know that it's cheaper to replace things likely now than it will be in the future. So I'm just kind of wondering, is there some sort of economy of scale pricing where it'd be cheaper to do it now as part of this project in addition to that as well? And I guess in conjunction with how close it is to the end of the life cycle, I think may influence my thoughts on that.
To answer your first question about the hooks, I think that's something we could definitely evaluate and work towards adding into the project. I think that would be a relatively cheap thing to do. It would be helpful to know kind of what you're thinking, like if you have an example of something that you could share with some of the management and make its way down to me, then I could help implement that.
Yeah, I'd be happy to talk offline. Thank you.
And the existing baseball field fencing, like it's not the prettiest thing out there, but it works fine. It's been there for a little while, so I would have to go out and take another look to see if it's like of how many years left it has on this thing. So.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to call this, the question is on the motion to approve the award of a construction contract for the 132nd Square Park Development Project to Ally Construction Associates of Everett in an undetermined amount, including picnic shelters, dugout covers, covered dugouts, concrete plaza, and paths. Moved by Councilmember Nixon, seconded by Councilmember Falcone. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Carries unanimously. Thank you very much. That takes us to the Totem Lake Boulevard discussion.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So this is another one where we are seeking an award of bid. The bid, again, came in higher than previously estimated, and so we just want to give the council a brief presentation on that and seek your direction. And here to give the presentation is Rod Steitzer, our CIP manager.
All right, thank you, City Manager. Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council members. I'll try to make this brief. Talking about the Totem Lake Boulevard 120th Avenue Northeast Preservation Project. Really, this is the missing puzzle piece with all the work going on in Totem Lake. Shown here on the right, the project is located in WashDOT limited access area intersection, and the city of Kirkland maintains that intersection. The surface conditions, pavement, the ADA crosswalks, sidewalks, those kind of things. What this project does, well, actually, I'll back up. This project came to us as an opportunity with North Shore Utility District. They had already had in their plans to update their water and sewer main systems through that intersection, and actually have completed a number of projects around the area in support of their utilities. And they asked us, what about the surface restoration? And it turns out we did have plans to do the pavement restoration, curbs, ADA, lighting, et cetera. What this project really does is it completes part of the Totem Lake Circulator as well. That's a sidewalk project shown on the map there. That's in your packet. It's a 10-foot wide sidewalk pathway. It goes between 116th Street and 128th Street on either side of 405. It also, we had some curb line deficiencies that were left over from years and years ago, previous projects where the curb line is offset by 5 feet. And it really made the travel lanes out there kind of complicated, really hard to understand. This project also really is that puzzle piece. It's completing the work. A lot of the work that's done in the area already. We had the recently completed comfort and surface water improvements. We had North Shore do 2 other sewer main projects in the area. Totem Lake Gateway is now recently completed, and we'll be seeing the accept memo coming back after plant establishment period. And we've also, the mall work is really moving along, nearing completion there on their different phases. The overlay around the mall on 120th Avenue, Totem Lake Boulevard, those projects are done. We also are in construction with Totem Lake Park. I believe we have a late July substantial completion date, and we're now into construction on the Totem Lake Connector. Steel fabrication is well underway. In fact, pieces are being fabricated in Minnesota right now. So this piece really complements all of the other work that's going on. I want to touch on the bid process and bid results. We did partner with North Shore Utility on this through an interlocal agreement. They are the lead agency taking on the administrative and procurement duties with that. We coordinated with them through the design. They first advertised the project on April 14th. We opened bids on April 28th. Only 2 bids received. And I think what we saw in this bid, a couple of unique things. One, the contractor, the apparent level contractor, Shoreline Construction, has done a ton of work for Kirkland, also done a ton of work for North Shore Utility. They are a utility contractor, cut and dry. They really make their bread and butter out of the utilities. So North Shore received a favorable bid on their portion of the work. The surface restoration, we're seeing actually a reflection of the market, resources availability, subcontractors to do the concrete work, the paving work. We have the lighting work, and we have some ADA work that we're doing. So we're starting to see resources in the area drive the cost up, and also the materials that we use. For example, asphalt prices were high. Just mobilizing the crews out there was high, and the traffic control was high. In fact, traffic control was a major contributor at $112,000 higher than the engineer's estimate. Which brings us to the budget. Originally, we had $555,000 allocated in the 19 to 24 CIP for this project, and it was really born out of the preservation program. This project is eligible and was funded through the preservation program as part of a continuing effort for the Totem Lake Gateway part, the part that was not added through the TIB grant application on this project. So we identified the $555,000. Going through the design process, we added a couple things. We discovered a couple things. One of the things is the Totem Lake area in the sensitive area, the outfall of the lake. We created a cantilevered sidewalk so that we could create that 10-foot wide sidewalk walking path for the Totem Lake circulator. Those are some of the things that were complicated about the project that kind of drove the cost up a little bit. When we went to bid, recognizing the market was going high, we want to make sure that because we're working in the sensitive area, we added enough contingency. So this budget that we're looking at right here reflects and identifies a 10% contingency for this surface restoration project, mainly chiefly due to working near that sensitive area and the work and efforts that we have to do there. Trying to kind of jump through and hit the highlights here and get to the questions maybe. Schedule. With approval of the funding, this project is ready to go. North Shore is the lead agency. The notice to proceed is expected to be somewhere in mid-June, in the next week or so, 2 weeks maybe. Construction work. For Kirkland, this completes key transportation and non-motorized improvements, ADA upgrades, corrects some deficiencies out there, such as the disjointed sidewalk and curb line. With us, the work is primarily really focused. It's going to be at night in the WashDOT limited access, and it's expected to be completed in October of this year. So with that, yeah.
I can read. Thanks, Prod. Let's get this started by getting a motion. Could I get a motion to approve a budget increase of $525,000 for a new total contract amount of $1,080,005 for the Totem Lake Boulevard 120th Avenue Northeast Preservation Project, with such additional funds to come from the Street Preservation Program.
So moved.
Thank you. Moved by Councilmember Pascal,
I'll second it.
seconded by Councilmember Nixon. Discussion.
Madam Mayor.
I'm sorry, go ahead, please, Councilmember Pascal.
Thanks. I just definitely support this. I think for me, it's the missing connection. For those that aren't aware, there's no bike lanes along that section of Totem Lake Boulevard, and that sidewalk was widened to 10 to 12 feet to provide a dual use facility, but it necks down right there around the bank. So this kind of completes that missing, essentially shared use pathway all the way to the Totem Lake Village and the park. And so I'm glad that we were able to find and address this situation. I know that was something we wanted to do originally with the Gateway project, but and so I'm glad we found this opportunity. I mean, it's a little disappointing to see that the project budgeting is doubling, but I also recognize that we're in this odd situation right now with material costs skyrocketing. So thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion. Okay, the question is on the motion to approve the budget increase of $525,000 and the rest of it. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Rod. Sorry to make you go so fast.
Oh, that's okay. Thank you. Appreciate your thoughts on this.
Okay,
Right.
so that takes us to item number 10 on our agenda, reports. I think in the interest of time, again, we should report out things that people need to hear and otherwise share reports in writing so we can move on to the legislative items. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
One thing to report, I mentioned last meeting, the King County Cities Climate Collaboration Elected Officials Workshop this Thursday. After reviewing with the city attorney, given the format of the meeting and no decision-making happening, as long as we all go to different breakout sessions and don't have a quorum in any breakout session, more than 3 people can attend on Thursday.
Excellent.
Thank you.
We can probably just text in terms of what breakout sessions we want to.
I would just suggest I'm leading the building environment one. I would suggest just going in there, and if we see 3 people, more than 3 people in there, just move to something else.
Sounds good to me.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Black.
Nothing tonight, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Nixon.
I think
Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just have one thing to mention, that the Eastside Human Services Forum is finally ready to recruit for our executive director position. We have the job posting going out this week, and I would love to share it with all of you to help share with your networks as well, so we can cast a net as wide as possible to hire this great new position.
Great job.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal.
Yeah, just one item real quick. Councilmember Falcone and I and city manager met with the Lake Washington School District last week. We'll talk a little bit, I think, about the school resource officer discussion with them shortly here. But we also talked about Fifth Street Station Area Plan and some other topics. But we will send out, David Wolbrecht had some great meeting notes, and we'll send those out when they're available.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Curtis.
Nothing from me. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And nothing from me. That takes us to city manager reports. City manager. And first your reports.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. Can everyone see the slide there? So I put all 3 legislative request memos on one slide. So I'll take them in order here. Just a reminder to council and the public that's watching that proposing legislative request memos to the council, you'll decide whether you want them to go any further once you've received the presentation. So you've had the memos. And then also that if you were to approve something to go forward, that is, you see the language on the bottom, the 3.27, that approval to go forward with legislative request memo is not final action by the council or a decision. That still happens when the final product is brought back in front of you. So what we're asking tonight is, do you want to proceed with these three? And if so, which options? So I'll just go quickly through the first one. This is really a binary question, sort of yes or no. We received a request from Councilmember Nixon for a legislative request memo about whether to bring back a ordinance to authorize all train vehicles for city streets, which is now authorized under state law.
Okay. Does anybody want to step into this one? Councilmember Nixon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I have to say that when I read it through, I was a little concerned about it saying that the noise and emissions requirements were less strict than they are for other vehicles. And I would really like to understand that. And I think in order to get a detailed understanding of it, we need to go ahead with the staff work. I've talked about this issue before, and I do think that there are benefits to be had for allowing these vehicles on city streets. And approving going ahead with the work does not commit us to eventually approving the actual ordinance that would implement it. And so my recommendation would be to go forward with the staff work. It doesn't look in the memo like it's a huge project. It's a reasonably contained project.
Any further discussion? Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So for my part, you know, my recollection was I actually seconded the motion to receive this legislative request memorandum. I do think it was worth seeing the preliminary assessment or by the staff. But honestly, I don't think it's worth us moving forward on this one. This is my opinion. This is where I'll come out on this. I appreciate the work done so far, but it just, I don't know what problem we're specifically solving. If we were a rural community like the one I grew up in, and we had people, let's say farmers, saying that they needed to, they would like to be able to go from one field across the highway to another field and down the highway to a field they lease down the road a little bit. If we had recreators who wanted to have access to off-road areas just outside the city, if I looked at what Sammamish or what Snohomish County did and the bases that they used for adopting this, and it was access to off-road areas and tourism, recreational tourism. We just don't have that. We don't have farms. We don't have farmers. It's a little. As someone who grew up with ATVs and recreating with ATVs, it just doesn't make sense to me that someone wants to use Kirkland City streets 35 miles per hour to recreate. I just don't. Even if I could make the argument, or even if I could buy the argument that it was a solution to multimodal transportation and emissions and fuel economy, I don't think the costs outweigh or the benefits of that outweigh I don't really believe large, and I just don't think they outweigh the costs. I actually did do the research to understand the difference in the noise requirements, and it's a product of the fact that regular vehicles, motorcycles, trucks are subject to restrictions, and for WAT it's fairly appreciably different. So, for example, these vehicles can be, these WATV can have 86 decibels at 50 feet from the muffler, and a new vehicle in Washington has to be 80 decibels. So you're talking 6 additional decibels. And right now we're hearing from our residents, not daily, not weekly necessarily, but on a very frequent basis, about noise from cars and motorcycles. And now we would be approving these recreational, all-terrain vehicles for use on the streets that are actually noisier than regular vehicles. So I'll wrap it up and just say that I appreciate having this discussion. It was worth it, but I can't see.
Thank you. I'm gonna pile on early just because I spent the entire weekend in Eastern Washington with 8 million other people from our side of the state, and everybody had an ATV, and it was one of the loudest holiday weekends I have experienced. I was listening for quiet ATVs. They are not intended to be quiet. So I just can't go ahead. I can't see these on our streets. And I suspect, if my experience is telling it all, that there are very, very few of these that are modified in such a way as to be these quieter additions. So I just don't think it's a good direction for us to go in. Anybody else? Do I want to show a show of nods about proceeding? Do we want to proceed with the ATV legislative motion? And I see no's. Okay.
I think we have direction. Just a reminder, these get filed with the clerk and could always be brought back later if somebody, wishes to. So they'll remain on file.
Thank you. Super. So that takes us to item number 2, the school resource officer outreach process options.
So this was a request by Deputy Mayor Arnold, and the question was about a school resource officer outreach process, not about the decision on whether or not to have school resource officers. So what we put in the legislative request memo are 3 options for the council. Option 1 would be an expedited civic engagement process through this summer, designed to give the council some additional information to make a decision about whether or not to have school resource officers in the schools by this fall, September. The second option was the original 5434 engagement concept, which was that we would start the conversation this fall, have it go through the fall and spring of 21 and 22, with information presented to the council of the Lake Washington School District in time to make a decision for the fall of 2022. And then option 3, which we're calling the modified civic engagement process, would be to still do some expedited review in the fall, but in the fall, not the summer, when people have returned from vacations, and try to present information to the council and the school board by the end of the year so that a decision could be made in theory before January when the school starts over again. So the last thing I'll say is we included in the legislative request memo that we had our meeting with the Lake Washington School District after the last council meeting, so after this request was made. So I included a quick summary of that meeting, but obviously council members Pascal and Falcone were at the meeting as well. And I would say that the school district's response was, we really need to do this together. And for the school district, doing it together also means including the other jurisdictions the school district serves, so including Redmond and Sammamish and unincorporated King County. The school district, I think, signaled a willingness to engage in the conversation, but indicated that they didn't think they'd be able to accomplish that this summer on pretty much any circumstances, given their focus on trying to reopen after COVID. The other thing that I also included in the memo was they did suggest maybe that we wanted to really focus on something not being divisive, but a way that could maybe unite the community, and that perhaps that meant hiring someone beyond ourselves. So some sort of expert that's not from the city of Kirkland or from Lake Washington School District to facilitate such a process. So those are the 3 options and the additional information from Lake Washington School District, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Super. Questions or comments? Councilmember Pascal?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to just say a few words and kind of summarize what I heard from the school district a little bit with our discussion, and city manager and Councilmember Falcone can fill in any holes that I had. But I think it was really what I appreciated was that we had this pretty honest discussion at the meeting last week, and they really stressed the importance of having this conversation in partnership, particularly because they really want to strive to maintain the same level of services across the entire district. That's a real priority for them, and they want to be really intentional in any conversation they have with the district. They've also indicated that they didn't have a significant volume of comments on SRO program over the last year, which was surprising to me, given that we have. The staff also didn't seem to be fully aware of all the work that we've been doing related to the school resource officer dashboard and our 5434. So they were really interested in hearing about that, but they also felt that they need to have some more conversations with their school board and their school community. They were interested in learning more about the focus group outputs that we had and the conversations we've had. They weren't up to speed on all of those, and they requested that information so they could review that. I think we also requested information from them too, in terms of what they've heard from their school community. There was also just questions about understanding the implications of removing SROs right now and a plan to address any gaps that might arise. The superintendent just was wanting to make sure that was something that was thought about, that there's something in its place. And I guess for me personally, that kind of just hit home that this really needs to be a joint discussion and a conversation. And I started thinking about it a little bit more. And I know there's been some school districts that have removed SROs, but we have to remember that those decisions were made by the school districts themselves in many cases. So Seattle, that was the school district. Tacoma, that was the school district. Edmonds, that was the school district. Bellevue, they're on a pause, but that was the school district. And so we really need to make sure that we have time to talk with the school district, identify what next steps are, have that discussion with the school community. So I'm happy to talk more about that, but based upon that, I really feel like we should continue with option 2 as planned. I think I'm okay looking at a modified process to speed things up, but it has to be in agreement with the Lake Washington School District in my mind. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other discussion? I've got to say that I am in absolute agreement with Councilmember Pascal. Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you. I'm in agreement with Councilmember Pascal in that this is a lot to untangle, and everyone needs to be at the table, including Redmond and Sammamish, not just Kirkland, including Black stakeholders and students and so forth. But it concerns, I'm the one that said we need to do this sooner rather than later. The Black stakeholders have spoken up and said, this is the number one issue that we need to address. So option 1 was my suggestion. When I hear that the school district isn't aware of all of the things that we're doing and the conversations that we've had and so forth, I'm afraid that if we go to option 3, we'll be starting this conversation over 6 months down the road. So I'm still focused on doing this option 1 sooner than later with everyone at the table. I like the idea Bellevue created, and I don't like that Bellevue just put it on a pause and then we're going to figure it out, because that's like tipping over the apple cart and then worrying about what happens. But they did create a task force to figure this out. So my question is, can we move forward with option one, create a task force that includes all the stakeholders, school district, Redmond, Sammamish, and hire a consultant? I think that's the right thing to do to get some expertise outside of us, and that we split the cost among ourselves, that Kirkland is not just taking the financial burden of this. So I do feel that there's some urgency, and I don't want to push it out till 2022. So I'm for option one.
Councilmember Black.
I'm going to let Councilmember Falcone go first because she was in the meetings with Councilmember Pascal.
Sounds good.
Sorry, John.
Thank you, Councilmember Block. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, and thank you, Councilmember Pascal, and City Manager for summarizing the meeting that we had with the school district. Just a couple of notes that I have based on that. I do remember the superintendent mentioning in particular that he had not heard a lot from the community. But that said, I have heard from board members that they have heard a lot from the community. So I think it's not the district leadership as a whole, but maybe one individual at the district that hasn't received a lot of communication. In fact, as was referenced during public comment tonight, almost a year ago, the teachers union in Lake Washington School District sent a letter to the school board demanding that they remove SROs from schools immediately. So this is something that I know the school board has heard from, at least dating back at least a year from now, from the community urging for this. Yeah, I obviously agree with option one. I think we've got a lot of input over the past handful of years on this issue. I really think about a couple of things in the timing of this. One, I think about the cost to students, particularly Black students returning to school in the fall and still having SROs there. And one of the school board members that was on the call said during the call, the last thing I want is for the students to go back in the fall and to think that we learned nothing during this year of racial justice movements. And so we need to take quick action. And I agree with that. I also agree with the comments, that have been said that I would love for the school district to lead this conversation. I would love for them to already have had this conversation, given the amount of time since they first heard from the community, in particular from their teachers, not only from their Black students, but from their teachers, that they want police removed from schools. And I think it's really important, at our last meeting, that's why I raised that as, the initial thought on this, or the initial proposed action was to have a joint meeting with the school district, because I think it's really important that this be, as Councilmember Pascal mentioned, this is something that was, that is important to do district-wide, right? I know that was what led to including SROs in Prop 1 was the fact that, at least my understanding, that in other cities, they had SROs in middle schools and we didn't in the city of Kirkland. So that is a priority for the school district to be as fair and equitable across jurisdictions as possible in the level of service at their schools. So I completely understand that. But I do think we owe it to the Black community members, who it's been over a year now, that we've also heard from folks. And if the district isn't going to make this decision, I think we have a responsibility, at the very least, to have a very public conversation about this and what we see as the future direction of the SRO program. I think it's a great idea to have kind of the experts lead this conversation. One thing that might be beneficial is a lot of these jurisdictions, including the school district, have a DEI lead and even a DEI team and a whole team of staff. I think they would be fantastic leads they are very skilled at bringing folks together. This is obviously very much a racial justice issue and an equity issue. So I think that that would be something that would be really beneficial to have, perhaps asking the district if they're DEI folks. And we could, if we haven't hired a DEI manager, maybe perhaps see if Shannon is on board or someone of that nature. But I think this would be a great way for DEI personnel across jurisdictions to collaborate and lead this effort. Thank you.
If I may just, before further comment, so one, on the process piece, at some point someone will need to make a motion for one of the options. I want to, I think, respectfully comment on behalf of the district, and we should follow up. What I heard from the district was, we don't have capacity to have this conversation this summer, right? And so I think that if the city chooses to make a decision about SROs this summer, which is a very legitimate thing to choose to do, I think you just won't be able to do it with the school district. The school district has a huge strain trying to figure out how to reopen. And I think you're not going to get a thoughtful, unified partnership participation from the school district if we try to do it in the next 3 months. I think that doesn't mean you can't make the decision, but I just want to make sure that, sort of respecting the school district and what they said and the challenges they face, that it is not realistic probably to consider a district-wide conversation about this the next couple months. So I think the council needs to just factor that in if you decide to go for option one. It's probably going to be a city option, not a school district and city option.
Can I ask a question? Councilmember Falcone's comment made me think of this. Has Shannon Kelly Ray done an evaluation of the school resource officers?
That's part of what she's looking at. She's been in not all the focus groups, but yeah, so she's been in some of them and she's read all the information, and that's part of what she's assessing as part of her equity gap assessment.
Okay, great, thank you. So now I'm going to go back to Councilmember Black and then Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I'm trying really hard to figure out what to say that will be helpful because I feel a lot of urgency to get this work done and to show movement based significant change based on the input that we've gotten from the Black community and other members of the community who are BIPOC. And, I hear the city manager and Councilmember Pascal and the strains on the school district, but hearing that the school district hasn't heard the sense of urgency from their families who are members of the Black community or BIPOC is a little bit surprising to me and a little disappointing, frankly. And I guess because of that sense of urgency, because of my slight disappointment in hearing from the school district that they really haven't heard the outcry and the pain, and frankly, the pain of families who have children who are Black or BIPOC. I guess what I'm looking for is the path forward with the school district. I'm looking for the path that forces the school district to do the work that they need to do. That's frankly it. I do think at the end of the day, I agree with Councilmember Pascal that we need to do this with the school district. And frankly, I've said that from the very beginning. The school district needs to take this issue up. These are their students. These are their families. They are ours too, but they blanket 4 jurisdictions. They need to take this matter up. They need to take it seriously, and they need to listen to the community, and they need to do something about it. And they should do it earlier rather than later. I understand the stress that they've been under with COVID, and it's probably a degree more severe, if not several degrees more severe than what the city has been under during the response to COVID. But I think you could argue that the city of Kirkland has been under a great deal of strain during COVID as well, making some very tough and very nimble decisions during COVID, similar to the school district. And we have decisions that we have to make over the summer about how we're going to return to a full level of service as a city. And we have some energy around this and willingness to take this on. The school district needs to too. I know the school district isn't on this call, so I don't know who I'm talking to. I guess I'm talking to my colleagues and the staff and saying, what can we do? Let's come up with a plan for how we're going to get the Lake Washington School District to take this matter seriously and take it seriously in an urgent manner soon. And I don't know which of these options that is. I guess it's option 2 with a great deal of urgency placed on the school district and some very frank discussions about what they need from us and members of the Kirkland community to get this resolved expeditiously.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate the comments of Councilmember Black, and I've been kind of thinking of a way of how do we move forward faster. Kirkland is in a position that we often are in, more than not, where we are leading other communities. We are ahead of other communities in how quickly we pivoted and adopted Resolution R5434. We're ahead of other communities in some of the conversations that we are having with communities of color and considering how we move forward. Part of that leading is going to be, from the discussion here, bringing the school district along with us, bringing the other cities along with us. And in looking at the different options here, I think it's important that we move forward responsibly, and I think we cannot do that with option one. I also wonder if there's ways to go faster than option two. And to Councilmember Black's question of what is the things that we can do to move this conversation forward with the district, my proposal would be that we schedule a joint meeting between the three cities and the school district board of directors to discuss this topic and see if we can have that happen this fall. And make sure that they are hearing the things that we're hearing in the level of urgency to have this community conversation and get to a decision point as fast as possible. So I wonder if that might help move things forward.
Can you put that into a motion, Deputy Mayor?
Sure. I move that we move forward with option two and look for ways to accelerate the process, including a joint meeting with the Lake Washington School Board and city councils within its jurisdiction.
Thank you. It's been moved by Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Haskell to accept or to adopt option two in an expedited fashion as described. Discussion. Councilmember Nixon.
So personally, I think that we haven't heard from a huge number of people. We have heard from a few people over and over again. And I would like to hear from a broader segment of the community. My preference, not instead of a joint meeting, but to inform a joint meeting, would be to ask Elway or somebody to do an actual scientific poll of the community, not a self-selected internet poll, an actual scientific poll to get the feelings of the members of the community and have a sample size large enough that it can be cross-tabbed so that we can see the results for the general community, people who don't currently have kids in the schools, and people who do have kids in the schools. Because my gut feeling is that there is a silent majority out there that likes having SROs in the schools, and we just don't have that information right now. And I think that would be important information for both the school district and the cities. It'd be nice if we could share the cost of a scientific poll. But I don't want to make a critical decision on the basis of a few dozen people who contact us at every city council meeting. But I will say, my perspective is I can go either way on whether we have SROs, and I would be happy to say we're not going to have SROs anymore. But what I'm not okay with is the idea that we're going to take excellent commissioned law enforcement officers and fire them in order to hire counselors. If the school district wants to hire counselors, they can do that. I want to use our limited city resources and keep those officers on duty as officers. And I think you've all heard me say that before. So anyway, my proposal would be, and I don't know if it could be a separate motion or an amendment to this motion, that we do a scientific poll to get a clear picture of where the community is on this issue.
Councilmember Pascal?
Just a question to city manager. My understanding is that the original engagement process, now if we move up, that had already scoped perhaps some kind of outreach, and did it include a survey too or not?
Yeah, we had originally contemplated doing a scientific telephone survey as one of the mechanisms in addition to the others. So that's what I was going to say as well. Is
Okay,
it was
so
our intent. It's our intent.
Under the deputy mayor's proposal, that would still cover what a council member Nixon raised.
So that would still be option 2 in an accelerated fashion.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
At least that's what I am understanding.
Our thought was actually to do a poll under any of the options, at least a poll, but we haven't scoped the poll yet. But yes, that was the goal, is to do at least one.
So it sounds like, as Councilmember Nixon, that would be your concern would be addressed under the.
That would be great.
Right. So I wouldn't need to do an amendment to the motion.
It sounds like not.
Right. So Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, Councilmember Nixon, I agree with you that I would not be surprised if there is a silent majority who's in favor of SROs in our schools. However, I think this is where the issues of equity come into play. And we say we have the value of equity, and this is where we put some action to that potentially, is really caring about those who are most impacted and making sure that we're helping them, right? We've heard there's dozens and dozens of studies on the negative impacts of police in schools. We've heard from the teachers union. We've heard, heartfelt, just heartbreaking traumatic stories from current and previous students who are negatively impacted. So as far as I'm concerned, and I have yet to get an answer as to what the benefits are of having SROs in schools. So I feel like we need to set ourselves up for, or be prepared for, and set expectations with the public as to what direction we're going here. Because I'm concerned that if we present the information to the public that we want their input, right, then at the end of this, if what I think might happen, or is very likely to happen based on what you said as well, Councilmember Nixon, that there likely is a silent majority who's in favor of SROs, we'll then have to decide, are we going to go with what the majority of people want, the majority of people who are not negatively impacted or likely really impacted positively or negatively by having police in schools? Or are we going to vote to do no harm and to listen to those voices who actually are being significantly damaged by having police in schools? So I just think we need to have that, be very honest with the public as part of this conversation. Because there have been other recent public engagement processes where I've heard from the public that they were very upset that our survey results showed that the majority of the public feels this way, and yet we went a different direction. So I just think we can do further damage with the public engagement process where we're not very clear about what the potential results of that could be. And if we give them the misconception that we're going to do what the majority asks us to do, I certainly am not going to vote in favor of that. I cannot imagine my position changing. I don't know about the majority of council, but I think we're setting ourselves up for failure if we're not really careful about how that message is relayed. Because as I've said before, any sort of survey or public engagement process is not just about us collecting data. It's really a marketing and communication opportunity with the public as well. And I think it's going to be very important for us to use this opportunity to educate the public, but also not set unfair expectations with the public as well.
Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Question for the city manager. When we look at the survey contemplated where you say statistically valid, the way that you have envisioned it, would that survey be valid that we would have demographic-based crosstabs that we could possibly get some statistically valid data on responses from people of color?
What we had discussed that. We haven't scoped the survey, but yeah, that's one of the things we said we had talked about, and we had talked about a bigger sample to allow more crosstabs. but we haven't scoped it or costed it out yet.
Okay. So, and I think that part of what I think this conversation is going to be out is taking data from a variety of places. And in a case like this, in a case like Councilmember Falcone is talking about, where we have an equity issue, and if we are hearing from a clear message from people of color that comes out, both in the stories we're hearing, the statistical survey that we're dealing with, that we're hearing from colleagues on the school board and elsewhere, it may be something where we make a decision that does not reflect what the pure majority of the survey takers take. That is certainly something we've got to consider in incorporating equity into our decision-making process.
Thank you. The question is on the motion, I believe, to adopt option 2 in an expedited fashion or accelerated fashion, moved by Councilmember Arnold and seconded by Councilmember Pascal.
I think Councilmember Black wanted to raise his hand again.
Oh, there he is. Councilmember Black.
Yeah, I did want to talk to the motion really briefly. Agree with Deputy Mayor Arnold and Councilmember Falcone about the polling or the surveying of the public. One thing I wanted to add to what I said earlier, and actually in some ways respond to Councilmember Nixon's comment. I think the SROs that are KPD officers might be some of the finest officers we have in the KPD. Certainly we found ways to repurpose them. Sounds terrible because we're talking about officers here, but reassign them in very useful ways this summer. I look for those same opportunities going forward, even if there's not an armed, uniformed SRO program in the Lake Washington School District. One of the reasons I do want to work with the school district, I just want them to take this seriously and move forward quickly. But one reason I do want to work with them is I do want something in place. I think there are goals associated with the SRO program that are laudable and are worthwhile. I would like to see a different type of professional, and everyone knows where I'm at on this. I would like to see a different type of professional that's unarmed and ununiformed in that role. But there are some very important goals that can be met by a school resource professional of some kind or another. I want to see that replacement ready to go when when the Lake Washington School District does move away from commissioned officers as school resource officers. So I do want to work with the school district. So I will be supporting the motion with all the with the elements that we've been discussing here.
Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, and thank you, everyone. I appreciate my counsel. This is a worthwhile, good discussion, and you can tell that we're all trying to work together to get to a viable solution, and I value that. I need to be clear on this motion that we're addressing. We're talking about an expedited process. Are we still saying that this process will end spring 2022? How are we framing the term expedited?
I think Deputy Mayor Arnold said it best, which is pull out all the stops and drive it as fast as we can. I think there are some, in the original civic engagement process, we had some stops. I would say that these are not necessarily stops that were designed in the original process. So we speed up Shannon Kelly. Oh, for God's sakes, I can't remember her name. Ray. process. We speed up a process around getting together with the other cities and with the school board. But we recognize in the fact that we're accepting it, we're continuing the engagement process, that the school has some limits to their capacity at this point. You know, I'm just ready to vote. That's the way I would have interpreted it. I think expedited at every level that we can expedite it at.
I'm just wondering if we can give a new end date. Does it have to be spring 2022? Can it be January 2022? Is everybody firm on spring 2022?
I'm not firm on 2022. I'm firm on expedited. Deputy Mayor Arnold?
Yeah, and since part of the goal here is to work with these other cities, I don't know that we can commit to that. But I think getting everybody in a room will be a good start.
I would agree. Councilmember Falcone, did I see your hand?
I did. I just wanted to follow up on Councilmember Curtis's comment. I think that we need to have a deadline to actually push everybody forward, and that we as a city will make a decision if the other parties won't, right? And so, you know, I'd like to have a deadline much sooner. I was going to propose December of 2021, but I think we do need to have a deadline of, you know, that we wrap up this conversation in January of 2022. I like that suggestion, Councilmember Curtis. So I move to amend the original motion to be option 2 with a targeted deadline to wrap up the conversation and make a decision of the future of the program by January 2022.
Second.
Hey, okay. So motion is on an amendment made by Councilmember Falcone, seconded by Councilmember Curtis, to change the delivery date on option 2 to December 2020.
January.
No.
January.
Yes, December 2021. Is that correct?
The statement was January of 2022, but yeah. But
January of 2022.
But I'll take December.
Okay. Any further discussion?
I just want to support that motion. It's back to what Councilmember Black said, which is we want the school district to recognize that we feel urgency on this and that they can't use the excuse of we can't look at this right now to keep dragging this out longer. So I like this tighter deadline.
Deputy Mayor Arnold?
I'm going to vote against this motion. I might be open to this consideration at a later date when we have some staff input on what's possible and we hear from some of our colleagues, but I'm not at a point where I can pick a date at this point. Thank you.
Okay, the question is on the.
Madam Mayor.
Hello? Sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. Getting late. I got it. Yeah, I think that I'm not going to support this, but I could come around to it. And I think what would change my mind is if staff could reach out to Lake Washington School District and other cities here in the next month to try to get things scheduled and aligned on some dates, and then to kind of circle back with us. And perhaps then I could agree to a specific date once we hear back. So so therefore I'm not going to be supporting.
Thank you. Further discussion? I too am not going to support this motion for the stated reasons. So the question is on the amendment to the motion to change the end date to January of 2022. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Oh.
I believe the noes carry. Is that a 4-3?
It is.
Kathy, you want to call the roll?
I think I have the vote. It's a 4-3. Council members Black, Curtis, and Falcone were yay, and Mayor Sweet and Deputy Mayor Arnold and Council members Pascal and Nixon were nays.
Thank you. The small screen makes it hard for me. Then that takes us back to the original motion. The question is on the motion made by Deputy Mayor Arnold, seconded by Councilmember Pascal, to accept option number 2 expedited, as we have discussed for a long time. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed?
No.
Nay.
Believe that carries 5-2. Thank you. Okay. Eviction 0.
So thank you, Madam Mayor. So the title Eviction 0, one of the questions I got was where did that come from? That was actually a suggestion of Councilmember Black. So that title does not have to carry forward. And it was pointed out that there probably will never be a situation where there's no evictions because even a just cause eviction ordinance allows evictions for just cause. So, but I think the concept of minimize evictions as the campaign concept is what's here. So this, I talked to most of you about this. I'm proposing it as a city manager initiated legislative request, just given the timelines that we've heard people testify about, that the governor could sunset the eviction moratorium by June 30th. That would leave the council with only one council meeting, June 15th, to make a decision, unless the council chose to have a special council meeting, or unless the council wanted to choose to act after that moratorium expired, if it does expire. So I put just a couple options. Option A was, should the staff come back with a draft eviction moratorium with a discussion of our rental assistance program and the options that are out there that we're waiting on, like what is the state legislation, what is ARPA doing, like, kind of what are the tools that we'd be waiting for. Option B would be do option A, but also include potential tenant protection legislation above and beyond a moratorium. So would the council want to see something like a draft just cause eviction ordinance, and then for action on the 15th? And then option C would be bring back a draft, but also bring back a community outreach plan and take much more time working with the community on whether or not a just cause eviction ordinance or related ordinances are something that should be implemented, in the near future. So looking for direction on if you'd like any of those options or none of them to come back on June 15th.
Councilmember Black.
Yeah, I'll go first.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see Councilmember Falcone.
Oh, no, sorry.
That's okay. I'll return your earlier favor, Councilmember Black, and you can go first this time.
I was only going to go first because I was going to explain eviction 0, the idea. And by the way, there's a bit of a joint effort here because Councilmember Curtis actually came up with the name. But I guess for better or worse, I'll take credit for the idea, which is it's aspirational. I don't want to get hung up on whether technically you can still legally evict someone or not. The idea is fairly straightforward, which is that evictions are stressful for those who have an unlawful detainer action brought against them. We know about silent evictions, where once someone is served with notice, they just quietly evict, self-evict, and they don't seek legal counsel and they don't seek their hearing before the Superior Court. And evictions are also time-consuming and expensive for landlords. And the whole idea is just, can we set an aspirational goal in the city of Kirkland that when it comes to those who are behind on their rent due to COVID and landlords who have not been paid for past due rent because of during the moratorium, can we set an aspirational goal through aid that we provide, include, as simple perhaps as navigators who help landlords and tenants and landlords separately or as a team navigate the relief that will hopefully be coming very soon. And landlords are made whole and tenants get to keep their homes. And no, there is no unlawful detainer action. My idea was, what if we spent a little bit of money on the front end in the city of Kirkland, making sure that no one had to go through the stress or the time or the effort or the money associated with an unlawful detainer action. And so that's really what I wanted to see from this Eviction 0 effort, because a lot a lot of focus right now is on setting up the legal framework to provide the legal counsel that's now required by state law. But we won't need that if we can just help our Kirkland landlords and our Kirkland tenants navigate the relief that will be available hopefully soon. Obviously, still timing is really important here, both with respect to the legal counsel being available. It's not quite there yet. And also the relief programs. We don't quite yet know what those are going to be and exactly how they're going to look. And frankly, I'm still kind of hoping that there's a little bit more time for all the stars to become aligned. But in the meantime, I'd really like for us to be looking at what we can do to help landlords and tenants in Kirkland avoid eviction altogether and just and seek and obtain the relief that's going to be available to them. I hope that helps explain where this idea came from.
Which option is that? Councilmember Falcone.
Madam Mayor, thank you for that, Councilmember Black, that background information. Yeah, I mean, as you know, there's been a handful of us council members who have attended a lot of meetings over the past year on renter protection and have seen the formation of the Stay Housed, Stay Healthy group. And so thank you very much, City Manager, for putting forth this and understanding just the time-sensitive nature of needing to keep people housed, especially as the statewide residential eviction moratorium is set to expire here at the end of the month. Based on the conversations I've had with advocates in the community and my understanding of potential legislative options that we could take, I think that this is kind of a combination of B and C, because there's a lot that we've learned this past year about the inequities in our system. And so I think that has certainly shown a need for longer term solutions to help keep people housed. We know we have an affordable housing crisis. We know we have a homelessness crisis. And regardless of, how well we do at keeping people housed short term, this is still a long-term issue that we need to tackle. So I see the long-term options as ones that are absolutely needing a very comprehensive public engagement process. In particular, I really want to hear from some of our smaller landlords in our community who really rely on their rental properties and the impacts that that potential long-term legislation will have on them and on their livelihood. I think I think we need to hear from the community at large, but that's one community in particular that I really want to make sure we have a very thoughtful engagement process with. And then we have the shorter term options that are during this emergency period because of the pandemic. Some of them are outlined in the memo and some of them are yet to be brought back potentially to council. One of them is an extension, as is outlined in the memo under option A, an extension of the residential eviction moratorium just within city limits through the end of the year. I think that's really important. There are also other policy decisions that we could make that can help keep people housed that I think are worthwhile for us to discuss and for staff to come back with for us to discuss. And I also do not think I think if we have a very lengthy public engagement process on those short-term, more emergency type of actions that we could take, that would defeat the purpose and it would be too late to really help those. And those ideas, there's a long list of ideas that the experts on this have to propose to cities, but some that other cities have done are, allowing tenants who fall behind on rent due to the pandemic to terminate a tenancy early, requiring landlords to certify that they've attempted to obtain rental assistance before filing for eviction due to unpaid rent accrued during the pandemic. And tying policy to any potential rental assistance that we give out as well. I know we're kind of waiting to see what the need is in the city of Kirkland and what other funding sources, how much those other funding sources are going to fill that need. So we don't yet know how much rental assistance we'll be giving out, but assuming that there will at least be some need that we'll need to meet through money that's coming through the city of Kirkland. There's policy that can be tied to that as well, that short-term policy that requires a repayment plan, requires things that just help keep people housed, right? So I'd like to move that we, let me just double check that I don't confuse the two options. That we support option B. I like to remove option B for short-term legislation with an option for option C on longer-term legislation, which basically means summarize what I just said, that staff comes back to council with potential legislation that we could take, and that we decide which of those are ones we want to take action on. Once we see the list of potential legislation, we can then decide which options we want to discuss in the short term and which we think will require a longer term public engagement process.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilmember Falcone,
I'll second.
seconded by Councilmember Black to, is that 2+ or 3-?
A B plus.
B now, C later. See a little bit later.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
What? I'm sorry, Councilmember Falcone. I'm not following the motion completely. So, how's the motion different from option C?
The way it's different from option C is that I would like us to be open to considering shorter term policy decisions that are temporary without a public engagement process, and reserving the public engagement process for the permanent long term. So there might be just short term policy things that might only apply to the next year.
But that's how I read option C, was exactly that. I thought that's what option C was a discussion and possible action for outreach was only on the long-term stuff. But maybe I just read into it too much.
I read it differently, but if that's how you want to interpret it, then I'm totally fine with that as well.
So it is the last page in the packet if anyone wants to look at the three options. I think, as I envisioned, I think option C is pretty close to what Councilmember Falcone just articulated, which is we'd sort of have the list of things you could do and then a potential outreach plan for the ones that are more long-term.
Great. Councilmember Black?
Yeah, I just wanted to say I read it the same way Councilmember Falcone did, and so I was seconding the motion, and I was going to speak in support of it on the basis that I like the idea of us looking at what we can do in the short term to deal with the immediate emergency, the immediate crisis. And then we're going to learn a lot, I think, from that. And from that, we might learn that there are some equity gaps that we can fill with some long-term legislation. And so it makes sense to me to use the staff resources to come back to us with proposals that might make sense in the near term. Learn what we can from that experience, get through that emergency, and then see what equity gaps we might want to fill with long-term legislation. So with my understanding of the motion, I'm going to support it on that basis.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I support this as it's been described as a kind of a two-track solution. I do think there's some things that we need to do immediately, given time for some of the state legislation to take effect, some of the ARPA funding details to be figured out, and to make sure that there's something short term. I'm a little concerned about saying December 31st, 2021, but we can have that policy discussion on June 15th. I'd like to see it shorter. We'll see the details on that. And then I also agree with Councilmember Black. We'll learn a lot from that process for a longer term thoughts on whether we want to pursue other tenant protections with some community input. Thank you.
Councilmember Pascal?
Thank you. So question for the city manager. With this option C, I recognize that we're not going to be doing full outreach or anything on the short-term immediate items, but can we at least advertise our meeting and publicize the fact that we're going to be having this discussion through all available city communication channels a little bit more than we normally do, because our agendas are long and people don't pay attention to every agenda item, but this one's important that we at least get the word out. Do I need to make an amendment on that, or is that something we can just do?
No, well, okay. We can handle that.
And thanks for adding that, Councilmember Pascal, because I think that's something particularly that small businesses would be interested in and wouldn't normally necessarily hear. So, any further discussion? The question is on the motion made by Councilmember Falcone, seconded by Councilmember Black, to do option 3 as described in our discussion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Was that a no?
Yes.
Thank you. So the motion carries 6-1. I believe it's 6-1.
Correct.
Thank you. Okay, I believe that takes us to the end of the legislative items. City Manager, did you have a calendar update?
I do not, unless any council members have any calendar update.
Council? Okay, with that, I think that's the end of the meeting because I already threw away my agenda.
That is.
So thank you all for a lot of hard work, a lot of sensitive discussion about really, really hard stuff. We'll see you all later. Thanks. Bye.
Go.